All right. I'm looking at the clerks. Are we ready to go? All right. I'm going to call this meeting of the January 18th Urban Planning Committee to order. Before we start, I'm going to do a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. That's beautiful. I also, we're in a slightly familiar position with the pandemic, COVID-19 protocols. So I'm just, this is for public speaking. So I'll cover that when we get to speakers, just to move on with the meeting. And roll call. So I know I'm here. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And I see Mayor Sohi is joining us. Mayor Sohi is a member of this committee as well. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Wonderful. And I'm looking to see who else we might have on the line with us. I see Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Morning. And Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I think that might be all for this morning. If I missed anyone, feel free to just give us.
Councillor Stevenson is also here.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And so we have quite a full deck of council here to listen to this very excellent discussion this morning. Now to my committee members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And of course, we don't need a second at committee. Any questions or concerns? And we're using eScribe, so we're going to try and keep the need for verbal interjections to a minimum. Any questions or concerns? I don't see anybody in the speakers list. So all those in favor from committee?
And we're just missing 2 votes. Councillor Salvador?
I'm a yes.
And Mayor Sohi.
Oh, he's muted. You're muted.
So I don't see, sorry, Madam Chair, I don't see the vote appear on my screen, but I'm in favor.
Well, thank you for flagging that. But it sounds like we have consensus, so you can display the vote. Excellent. Now, approval of the minutes. Councillor Principe?
I will so moved.
Thank you.
Did you want me to read it or?
You don't have to, but it's the November 15th, 2021 minutes, correct?
Correct, yes.
Excellent. All right, any questions or concerns?
It's probably good to read the minutes, but we don't have to read them out right now.
All those in favor, you can vote.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And you can display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items. I did not receive notice of any protocol items today. So we'll leave that for another day. A selection of items for debate. We have 3 items on the agenda. Let's see.
Madam Chair, I'll move all 3 items I will select all 3 items. And should we be cross-referencing these?
I believe 6.1 and 6.2 are cross-referenced. 6.3 is not cross-referenced, but I believe it has a slight different motivation to it, so it might be best to keep that separate, as it, I think, deals, don't see anybody from, I know there are folks from the Urban Forum group on the line, but I believe that would probably not be prudent to cross-reference that with the other two reports.
Considering our speakers list, I would agree with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I don't see, that leaves us no other items on the agenda. I don't believe there's any debate otherwise, so we don't need to vote on reports. And therefore, I'm acquitting the clerk of having to read out what we passed, because we haven't passed anything yet today. Requests to speak. We have quite a substantial list of speakers this morning. I'll get, I hope one of my colleagues will move that we hear from these speakers, and then of course we'll do an attendance check right before we register, or sort of enlist the speakers to speak. Is there a motion to hear from the speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on 6.1 and 6.2. 1, Garrett Campbell. 2, Sherry Klassen from the OSBA. 3, Dominic Shaman from the Historical Board. 4, Chris Laba from Belgian Development. 5, Robert Hobson from Edmonton Heritage Council. 6, Wendy Antoniuk, Old Glenora Conservation Association. And on item 6.3, I move that we hear from Jarrett Campbell, Dominic Shamoon, please correct me when the time is appropriate, Christine Lefebvre, David R. Percy, Barbara Finley, Robert Hobson, Lynn Odinsky, and Maria Samji.
Wonderful. And I don't know if we've had any additional registrations. I look to the clerk, so she's shaking her head. So that's quite a full deck, but we're going to have a great conversation today. To accept the motion, please, to hear from these speakers, please vote. And
We're just missing one vote. Oh, we have all the votes.
there we go. Please display the vote. And it is carried. Excellent. And request for time specific, we just examining this, we do not have a request for time specific, but of course we only have 3 items, and many of the speakers for the first are going to be back for the second, which is wonderful. We get to spend the day together. So that is that. Is there any councillor inquiries? I didn't receive notice, but it's worth asking if there's any councillor inquiries this morning. I'm not hearing any, and I don't see anybody sort of requesting to speak. We had no rescheduled reports, so wonderful. 6.1, there is a presentation available, and given the speakers, I'll ask administration to give that presentation. 6.1 and 6.2.
Good morning,
Thank you.
committee. Stephanie McCabe here. I'm Deputy City Manager of Urban Planning and Economy. And this morning we are presenting a presentation on the associated reports that have been prepared in response to 2 council motions seeking options in relation to financial mechanisms to support heritage conservation in 2022. As the reports are of similar matter, they've been cross-referenced. We will also address them in one presentation. To present to you today, we have a number of people online, but for the presentation, we have Scott Ash, who's the Principal Heritage Planner with Urban Planning and Economy, and Anton Sabo, who's the Director of Policy and Data Quality with Financial and Corporate Services. I'm going to pass the floor to Scott to go through, to start us off on the presentation. Perhaps Scott's not online. Perhaps I'll continue to work through the presentation as we work to get him online.
Oh, pardon me, Stephanie, I'm here.
Oh, no problem, Scott. Nice to see you.
Can we advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I will begin by saying the options provided in this presentation align with the objectives of City Plan, which includes policy direction to promote Edmonton's history and encourages a sense of local identity by preserving and enhancing heritage. Next slide, please. At the heart of how the city delivers the Historic Resource Management Program is the requirement for compensation. The Provincial Historic Resources Act enables municipalities in Alberta to legally protect historic properties through designation as a municipal historic resource. However, they are required to compensate the property owner for any loss in economic value arising from the designation. While the compensation requirement has never been tested by designating a property without the property owner's consent, it is anticipated that the required compensation would be considerable, particularly in urban areas where property is zoned to allow for a higher use. Alberta is one of only 2 provinces in Canada that requires municipalities to provide compensation for heritage designation, which acts as a barrier to the use of this regulatory tool. Next slide, please. The city has responded to this challenge by developing a program based on encouraging property owners to voluntarily allow for the designation of their properties through the provision of incentives which they choose to accept in lieu of compensation. In this context, a robust suite of financial mechanisms is integral to achieving the heritage outcomes that Edmontonians expect. To that end, we've identified options to enhance and expand the suite of financial mechanisms available to encourage the retention and rehabilitation of heritage properties. In today's presentation, we will be speaking to those options that were determined to be viable or to merit further exploration. Next slide, please. Direct grants are currently the only financial mechanism regularly employed by the city to support heritage objectives. They are the cornerstone of the city's program and have proven fundamental to its success. Grant programs have many benefits, including being transparent from a public finance perspective and being extremely flexible in terms of how they are designed and administered. That said, there are instances where the current grant programs may not be effective. Because the city's grant programs are based on providing grants to property owners to support eligible rehabilitation work, in cases where little or no work is required, the grants may not provide sufficient incentive to designate. Conversely, where significant amounts of eligible rehabilitation work is required, the associated qualifying grant amounts can exceed maximum amounts permitted by the program. For instance, in accordance with policy C450B, a property that requires $2 million in eligible rehabilitation work would qualify for up to a $1 million rehabilitation grant. However, current practice is to cap rehabilitation grants to commercial properties at $500,000 in order to ensure the sustainability of the heritage resources reserve. In rare cases where extensive rehabilitation work is required, the maximum grant amount may not provide sufficient incentive to encourage designation. As a component of the Historic Resource Management Plan renewal, tentatively scheduled for 2022 and 2023, administration will explore how the current grant programs can be optimized and expanded. This could include new grant streams, expanding the scope of eligible work that can be supported through grants, and increasing maximum grant amounts. I will now pass it over to my colleague Anton Sabo to address options as they relate to property tax incentives. Take it away, Anton.
Thanks so much, Scott, and good morning, members of council. You can go to the next slide, please. Now, as part of this analysis, council also requested specific information on tax exemption approaches. The Financial Mechanisms Report identifies 2 tax-based approaches, one related to tax exemptions and the other to tax subclasses. Speaking to the tax exemption approach in more detail, the Municipal Government Act enables municipalities to pass bylaws providing up to 15 years of tax exemptions, reductions, or deferrals for non-residential properties. However, this mechanism can only be used to encourage revitalization or redevelopment of non-residential properties, and so could only be applied to non-residential properties that invest in revitalization or redevelopment of the heritage site rather than those that apply for designation alone. Now, there are a variety of ways in which a tax exemption could be structured, and some possible approaches are outlined in the Financial Incentive Options for Non-Residential Heritage Properties report. While some exemption approaches are possible, a grant approach is generally recommended. Tax exemptions for non-residential heritage properties may be a means of complementing direct grant programs in order to provide additional incentives to designate and rehabilitate commercial heritage properties. However, an exemption approach is generally less transparent, more restrictive, more complex, and does not support Council's typical budget prioritization process. Next slide, please. Now, speaking to tax subclasses, the Municipal Government Act allows Council to set tax subclasses for residential properties on any basis they deem appropriate. But tax subclassing for non-residential properties is extremely limited, and heritage subclassing options do not exist. Within the limits of residential property, it is possible to create a lower tax rate for specific properties within a defined group. This approach may provide some incentive to designate residential properties in cases where little or no rehabilitation work is required. However, tax subclassing has the effect of eroding the tax base and effectively shifting tax burden to other property owners. A tax subclassing approach is also more rigid than a grant-based approach and would require Council to set clear definitions that would subsequently be interpreted by the Assessment Review Board. Now, we'll be happy to discuss both of these tax-based options further after the presentation, but for now, I will turn it back over to Scott Ash. Scott?
Thank you. Next slide, please. So in regards to transfer of development rights, an approach that allowed for unused density to be from a site containing a heritage building to be transferred to another site may have merit in some circumstances and could complement the current grant program. However, the experience of other municipalities that suggests that even in the best market conditions, this approach is only viable on a limited number of sites and in a limited number of areas. Before pursuing this approach further, a market analysis would be required to better understand if this approach could be effective in Edmonton and in what areas. Where a market analysis confirms that market conditions are favorable and demand for density transfers exists, administration could explore implementing this approach through amendments to the relevant district plans. Next slide, please. The experience of other major Canadian municipalities suggests that charitable donations can be an effective means of facilitating private funding in support of heritage conservation. This can act as an important supplement to the significant amounts of public funding that are already committed to this purpose. While the city can technically accept charitable donations, this approach is much more likely to be successful if led by an external nonprofit. Edmonton doesn't currently have any nonprofits that are soliciting charitable donations for the purpose of built heritage conservation. To advance this approach, administration would need to engage with the Edmonton Heritage Council to assess the feasibility of developing a program to actively solicit charitable donations and associated resourcing requirements. Next slide, please. Endowment funds are another means of facilitating private funding in support of heritage conservation. Edmonton does not currently have an endowment fund for the purpose of supporting built heritage conservation. Establishing an endowment fund would require partnering with an external foundation with resources and expertise to steward the fund. In the period since this report was written, administration has had the opportunity to meet with the Edmonton Community Foundation, and they have indicated that they are interested in partnering with the city on this initiative. Further, they are optimistic that the fund would generate interest from private donors. However, committee should be aware that this is a long-term approach and it may be several years before it produces significant results. To explore this approach further, administration would continue to engage with the Edmonton Community Foundation in regards to requirements to initiate the fund, governance of the fund, and procedures for dispersing funding from it in support of Edmonton's built heritage objectives. Next slide, please. Thank you. That's the conclusion of our presentation. We would now be pleased to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. And before we get to those questions, we have a number of speakers. So I'm going to call attendance to make sure our speakers are present and that their mics are working. And then I'm going to read out some of the rules, though I think you're all very familiar, but just for posterity here. So Jarrett Campbell.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Cherie Clausen.
Hello.
Good morning. Dominic Schauman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Dulaba.
Good morning.
And Robert Hobson.
Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Now, we had a sixth speaker, Wendy Antoniuk, and I understand that she's withdrawn her request to speak on this item. So we just have 5 speakers now. If you haven't been here before, or if it's been a while, administration just presented their remarks, and now as members of the public, you'll be invited to speak and make your presentation. You're going to be heard in a panel, and each of you will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk is going to run the official timer in council chamber, and you can't see it here. We have timer lights, and I'm looking to the clerks to see if they're going to broadcast a time. Yes, they're going to broadcast a timer, so you can keep track of the 5 minutes you have to speak. Of course, you can keep a timer of your own at home. When everyone on the panel has had a chance to present, members of committee may ask, and council may ask you or other panel members questions. So for this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, which all of you are, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. We're 2 years into this thing, and some of us still forget, myself included. And if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can reach out to the office of the city clerk. Now, we don't have anyone here with us in person, but if you happen to be in the gallery, of course, just remember to keep on your mask. And as you see, people in the room have taken off their masks, but we have these handy-dandy plexiglass barriers that keep us all separated from one another, and we put them on when we move about the room. So with that, I think I've given Mr. Campbell enough time to prepare, and so I'll turn it over to him. So, Mr. Campbell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And thanks for having me. This is I found this particular issue very interesting. I have kind of been a long time sort of proponent for heritage preservation, and a few years ago put my money where my mouth is and was part of the team that redeveloped the Gibbard block in Highlands. And so we accessed the grant program through our renovation of that project. And for anybody who's been up there, it was in many ways a successful project. The building was successfully rehabilitated. It's now very active and full of life. Financially, it probably didn't make sense. Would be hard to do again. And so I thought, you know what, I might as well. And I've been talking to Scott about some of the different options. And so thought I might as well come and kind of share a few of my perspectives. So, one of the things that, sort of comes back to sort of the conversation I had with those guys is there is always a bit of a limiting factor when it comes to trying to put any sort of financial resource back towards a heritage building with the incentive that it gets designated. And part of what goes on is a transparent and clear grant program just gets built into the value of the asset before it gets designated. When what I mean by that is if I've got a building that is maybe on the open market worth $1 million, but I know that whoever buys it can go to the city and get a $500,000 grant, I'm not going to ask for $1 million, right? I'm going to ask for more than that because I know they can come back and get a grant for it. So as we think about all the different financial mechanisms, one of the struggles is that you're always kind of stuck. You're stuck going, how do we convince the current landowner who has not designated to sell? And the more that we have grants and the more that we have money available, the more they go, well, this next guy is going to take that money, so I might as well get a chunk of that. So that's something to always sort of keep in mind when we're looking at this. one of the other points I want to make is just around how the grants are done. So the current sort of limit of what it is that is eligible, along with the limits, are very limiting when you think about the types of commercial buildings that we would want to get saved. $500,000 sounds like a lot, but when you're going into an old heritage building that might have 100 years of latent maintenance problems, that doesn't get you very far. There's also a bunch of other items that often go into the renovation of these buildings that often aren't eligible, and so I think we should explore lifting that cap, making it a bit higher. Which sort of goes into my third point, which is I think that when we are looking at these grant programs, and I do think the grant is probably the best program, I think we need to be very judicious about the types of buildings and the types of projects that get funded. When I think about the Gibbard block, and I think about the use of our use of taxpayer dollars, well, you go there now and it's full of life and it's full of people and it's very well used. A lot of people are experiencing the sort of the built heritage of that building. We should be looking for buildings like that and not residential buildings tucked away on some side street that may be nice for the owner but have very little broader public value. The focus of the program should really be on the people of Edmonton experiencing built heritage, and how they do that, because there's also this balancing act that we have around some of our other goals. For example, let's say some of our initiatives around climate change and starting to look at zero emissions buildings and things like that. We have to find a way to identify and fund the buildings properly so that we just have coherence between saying, hey, you know what, we're going to require all new buildings to meet a certain standard, but also we want you to have old buildings, but we're not going to pay for you to bring those up to those standards. So probably need to, again, lift the cap and expand the list of things that are eligible. So last point before I go, we're always talking about these buildings after they get designated. We should probably be looking at a bit of a carrot before they get designated, maybe just to keep them maintained properly until their redevelopment opportunity comes along, because oftentimes the buildings we lose are 50 years of no maintenance happening because nobody wants to designate them. So there probably needs to be a bit of a carrot before that happens. So anyways, thanks for the time, and happy to answer any questions once the panel is wrapped up.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Clausen.
Thank you. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sheree Clausen. I'm the Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association. We represent approximately 600 businesses in Old Strathcona, and we are also one of the only provincial heritage districts for a good portion of our area in all of Alberta. Today, I'm really wanting to speak to the financial incentive options for non-residential heritage properties based on the report that was provided by administration. And first, I'd like to thank Councillor Hamilton for bringing attention to a possible tax incentive for non-residential heritage buildings. So as the only business improvement area in Edmonton that is home to a provincially designated heritage area, we see revitalization and investment in commercial heritage properties as a key component of economic development. One of the purposes of our business improvement area, as per City Bylaw 10454, is improving, beautifying, and maintaining property in the Edmonton Old Strathcona business improvement area. And while property owners are not our levy-paying members, they are key stakeholders in our district. We regularly hear from both property owners and business owners that property taxes in our BIA are some of the highest in the city, and in some cases have more than doubled in the last 10 years. In addition, we know that heritage buildings are very costly to maintain and revitalize in efforts to remain relevant in a modern retail environment. The economics of making heritage buildings, as we've heard, viable is very challenging, and we know that heritage grant programs are vital to revitalizing these buildings. Additionally, as properties are revitalized, property values inherently increase, which results in an increase in property tax. We see this property tax incentive as just one additional tool towards encouraging property owners to designate their buildings as heritage resource, which then incentivizes them to revitalize, maintain, and attract new businesses. Part of our strategy over the next couple of years is to attract new businesses as we're launching a business recruitment plan as part of our economic recovery efforts. Beautification, improvement, and maintenance of our properties plays a big role in attraction and retention strategies. We also see heritage buildings as a key component of the culture that is Old Strathcona, as well as part of what makes our district a destination. When these buildings fall into disarray, they struggle with attracting tenants and actually harm the appearance of our streetscape that we're working at improving. A reduction in tax for our heritage properties could be passed down to the tenants and result in more attractive lease rates, which again supports our economic recovery and business attraction strategies. Of the three options proposed in the financial incentive options for non-residential heritage properties, we see the third option, which is an uplift exemption or a tax freeze, as the most financially beneficial for property heritage or commercial heritage properties. We urge this committee to further consider this option moving forward and consider the proposed bylaw presented. We know that this tax incentive is just one tool and the grant programs are very desirable. And we look forward to further collaboration on how the city can support and maintain heritage properties we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clausen. Mr. Shamoon.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and thank you for bringing this issue forward as well. As mentioned, I'm the chair of the Edmonton Historical Board, and we're an advisory board appointed by City Council with a mandate to provide you with information, recommendations, and advice relating to Edmonton's history generally, and more specifically in reference to the city's built heritage. We're glad to see continued discussion on incentives for non-residential heritage properties as outlined in 6.1. And as we shared at the May 2021 Executive Committee meeting, we appreciate that new tools are being considered as solutions to old challenges that are designed to engage and encourage investment in our city. I don't want to discount the current grant program and in fact wish to recognize the great work that has been accomplished. However, we know that each tool has a limited usefulness and that no toolbox is complete with only a single item. Complementing the grant program with other financial incentives recognizes that a one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't work. Just as we don't believe that the exemption tools being discussed today can alone serve to incentivize preservation, we must recognize the current grant program also shouldn't be the only option available for Edmontonians. I will also note that administration spoke to current heritage property owners for the purposes of developing their recommendation, finding that those who have previously received grants believe that grants should continue to be the system. While we appreciate their engagement on this topic, we really must consider the intent here. It's not simply to look at the buildings that have been preserved, but to do a better job of preserving additional properties that could and should be rehabilitated, but have been or will otherwise be demolished under more lucrative development proposals. That is where we believe there's the greatest potential in this discussion, not necessarily for the places already designated, but for the places that have been or will be lost if we continue taking the same approach. We believe a time-limited tax exemption in specific also demonstrates that the city is taking heritage preservation seriously and recognizes the different circumstances of a non-residential property owner. It is a low-risk option that we've heard is likely to achieve better results. And to take at face value the report's comment that, in essence, no one other than the property owner benefits from financial incentives is to ignore the vital role that places, placemaking, and the vibrancy of local communities play in the urban fabric of our city. With regards to financial mechanisms as outlined in 6.2, again, we'd encourage additional complementary tools to the current grant program. With that being said, while the prospect of charitable donations and endowment funds could be explored, it is likely that the expansion of grant programs, but particularly the property tax incentives, and perhaps the transfer of development rights, would provide the most meaningful incentives for properties that are not currently protected in our city. Given their own unique circumstances, while one option may appeal to a non-residential property owner considering preservation in Delton, it could very well be a different option that appeals to a homeowner in Beverly. Again, we believe that an array of complementary options will help to broaden the appeal of heritage preservation and to provide benefit across the city. As always, thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and I'm available for questions afterwards as well.
Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Dulaba.
Good morning. My name is Chris Dulaba, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Beljan Development. As many are aware, our company has invested millions of dollars acquiring, renovating, repositioning many heritage assets throughout the city over the past several years. Our most notable buildings include the Strathcona Hotel, Oliver Exchange, and most recently, the Substation 600 building on 124th Street. We choose to invest in these assets. We believe they're special and unique, and they're often located in areas that can support this type of investment we're looking at making. Taking on these types of projects is very, very risky. To be frank, without access to the city's heritage grants, much of what we have done would not be financially viable. We rely heavily on these grant programs to do what is necessary in order to retain these assets and give them a new lease on life. I'm encouraged that council and administration are looking to expand the types of tools available to owners and developers in an effort to incentivize investing in these heritage assets. All three of the financial incentive options as presented by administration have merit and should be reviewed further. Based on the information provided in administration's report, we do believe that option 3, the uplift exemption, would be very beneficial and worth exploring in greater detail. Our reasons for this is as follows. It is another tool available to developers and owners to encourage investing in heritage buildings in exchange for a designation. Has the potential to allow owners to take on potentially greater costs and risk in exchange for relief on taxes over a certain period of time. As mentioned by Cherie Klassen, it actually can be very beneficial to tenants from both an attraction and stabilization perspective, as municipal taxes are often paid by tenants directly through operating costs. This is important if we found that many of our tenants attracted to our buildings are smaller independents. They don't come with the financial depth and covenants some of the chains and well-known name brands come with to float the boat. And the most difficult periods of time is typically the 1 to 3 year period. So if there's mechanisms that we can have that can help save them on that back end, the tax and operating costs, it's a huge plus. Specifically because the majority of these heritage assets are also located in a lot of our main streets and high streets, 124th, White Avenue, Jasper Avenue. These types of tenants, we believe, are the ones that actually help these districts thrive and survive. To conclude, we believe that the more options available to owners to incentivize investing in renovating and restoring heritage assets is best, as oftentimes there is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Many of these buildings are unique and in many ways pose a different set of challenges. Thank you for your time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions from the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Dulaba. Mr. Hobson.
Good morning. I'm Robert Hobson, Chair of the Edmonton Heritage Council, and I'm also a professional planner, heritage planner, retired. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this important topic on the council agenda. I'll ignore my notes and just respond to what has been said previously. It's good to hear from actual heritage practitioners, people who are investing in heritage properties, and I think that's really important to continue that discussion as you further develop your options and incentives. From the point of view of ourselves, we recognize that more needs to be done to increase grants. That obviously is the easy thing to do. But the other issues around tax exemption and spreading out the benefits over a number of years can be beneficial to investors in heritage properties. So I would recommend that you not take any of the options off the table, particularly as you're going to be looking at these, hopefully, if you fund the review of the Heritage Management Plan as a whole. Speaking of the Heritage Council, we, of course, are a charitable society, and we would be pleased to continue to work with staff to be a possible repository of public support for heritage conservation. And we've also been talking to the Edmonton Community Foundation about that. So we want to continue to be part of the conversation. I wouldn't rule out revolving funds either for certain classes of heritage, perhaps not so much for commercial, possibly for residential, simply because there is not an organization in Edmonton at the moment that could do that. That might emerge in the future, and it has been a successful approach in other jurisdictions for residential properties. So again, I would not recommend taking any of the incentives off the table, and I think combining an increase in the grants program with other financial incentives through taxation is the way to go. As others have said, heritage is complicated. Each site is unique. Each economic opportunity has its own risks and potential, and we should have a broad suite of options available to negotiate the preservation of heritage in Edmonton. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now we can go to questions of the speakers. I believe the speakers list is open. So members of committee, non-members of committee can click on. I'm just going to give it a moment because sometimes it can take some time. I see both Councillor Principe and Mayor Sohi and Councillor Salvador have all clicked in. I'm going to go first to, it looks like Councillor Principe, you had some difficulty getting into eScribe.
Sorry, thank you for that, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk to or ask Mr. Jalaba a question. Now, you had mentioned that if there was a potential of tenants to pay less if there was a tax incentive, is that correct?
Councillor Principe, that is correct, yes. I mean, ultimately, operating costs, which does include municipal taxes, is a flow-through that's paid by tenants, whether it's residential and or commercial tenants. In this case here, very similar to the Brownfield grant, where there is a tax abatement by virtue of investing and remediating a property, you do actually see there is the abatement program is a flow-through and a savings on the operating costs through tenants, which we have found from to be quite beneficial, specifically from sort of the leasing and attraction standpoint, knowing that there's a bit of a runway for a few years, may that be 5 or how many years at the end of the day, that there is a little bit less taxes that they'll pay through their operating costs for when they're starting their business.
And do you believe, is it common for that savings to go on to the tenants though?
Councillor Principe, yes, absolutely. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to have full transparency. Owners shouldn't be pocketing this. Tenants have every right to essentially request any type of taxes or operating costs and the details, which they do when they are provided reports through property management on an annual basis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you for that. That was my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Sohi.
Well, first of all, thank you everyone for your thoughtful presentations. A couple of questions. First one is to Mr. Campbell about your idea of kind of looking at more of a destination point or targeting and creating those destinations where people go experience heritage along with a place to go to have a coffee or look around arts and all that, right? So and how that ties into city's goal of 15-minute communities as well as the climate change goals. I just want you to elaborate a little bit more on that based on your experience working on Gibber Block.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the question, Mayor Sohi. I mean, I think that the Gibber Block's a good example of the type of program that supports a 15-minute city in the sense that, it's provided a commercial asset into a neighborhood. They've got that little strip there that It's very walkable. The surrounding neighborhood appreciates it. Now, in terms of our larger goals around 15-minute communities, just sort of the pattern of how Edmonton was developed is going to leave. There's only a handful of areas that have these heritage buildings, and so in terms of a solution, it's not going to be applicable in large chunks of the city. I mean, and I guess this is kind of, gets into the question of like, what is heritage? But often we aren't going to look at, for example, a neighborhood that was developed in the 60s and 70s. We're probably not going to identify the strip mall in the center of that community as a heritage asset, even though from a 15-minute city perspective, the revitalization or the redevelopment or the preservation of that commercial asset is important. It's only going to be a limited number of communities that support this.
But it allows you to kind of focus and target those areas instead of kind of sprinkling limited resources throughout the city, even though it might be important in certain areas. So that's something I think worth exploring. So on the question on Mr. Dell'Abba on the looking at the uplift in the property values, and I understand that is allowed by the provincial government. It's like more of a kind of a site-based CRL type of idea where you determine the base rate, then whatever the uplift is because of the market value on enhancements being done, then that uplift is not charged to the property owner.
Mr. Mayor, without being an expert in the municipal taxation, I'll turn that over to Mr. Sabo. Yes, more or less. It's in exchange for the improvements and betterments that we make to that asset or the property. There obviously is a delta between the taxes currently and then the taxes ultimately what can be generated over a certain period of time. And in exchange for that additional investment, for the purposes of retaining and designating a heritage asset, that we do see some relief on the municipal tax side based on that delta between the current and the uplift. And ultimately those savings do get passed on, whether it mean if you're an owner user, then ultimately you get the benefit of that, or if you have tenants, then they do see the benefit of that for that certain period of time during the payback.
Yeah. But that's additional revenue though, right? It is not, maybe this question is to end on later on. This is not shifting burden from one commercial property owner to the other if that uplift is exempted. I know Anton is shaking his head. This goes back to the CRL debate, but something I just want a little bit more clarity. It's not that you're burdening other properties by shifting that tax, because otherwise that tax uplift would not be there if those renovations or upgrades are not done.
Mr. Mayor, my personal take on this is that having that type of incentive motivates developers such as us and or others to invest in that. No different than the brownfield grants. You wouldn't want to take on those costs just to reposition, because the reality is Edmonton has a lot of land. We're not like other municipalities, maybe Vancouver or Toronto, where they do have some severe land limitations. And in the Edmonton context here, why should I particularly invest in an asset knowing it's going to cost me more, other than personal belief that we should be doing that? But at the end of the day, the dollars have to make sense. And if there's these tools, and back to my earlier point, having these tools available that owners can work with administration, so it's not necessarily, well, here's your one opportunity to do this. Outside of the grant, well, there's no other opportunity. I think it just would help incentivize and perhaps even broaden the amount of people interested in investing in these assets. That they're critical placemaking features that once they're gone, they're gone. And we've, I think, learned our lessons from that over the last 30, 40 years that we shouldn't be doing that. And so if there's a way to incentivize that, ultimately at the end of the day, there is a value that will be captured by the municipality once that incentive is paid back based on just the quality of the asset over time.
Thank you. It's worth exploring. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dell'Abba. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to all of our speakers for being with us today. So I'm actually just going to pick up right where Mayor Sohi left off, and a question for Mr. Dall'Aba around, I guess, that comparison between the brownfield incentives and how that could translate to the heritage conversation. I guess when it comes to property value uplift from revitalization, I can see in a brownfield context that uplift being substantial. What degree of uplift? And I recognize there's no typical situation, but I'm having difficulty sort of comparing those two and putting them in similar boxes. Can you speak to that?
Councillor Salvador, I guess I'll speak of it based on an opportunity to see a redevelopment and intensification of an existing piece of property. May they have a building on it, like it's in the case with the Heritage Building, or in the brownfield, it's vacant, was once a gas station or had some sort of underground storage tank for oil and fuel. That was basically it's underutilized property in some capacity. Maybe it's fully vacant or a partially occupied building, or a building that ultimately needs a lot of reinvestment in order for it to continue to survive another 10, 20, 50 plus years. From a landowner's perspective, what these incentives do, may it be a direct grant funding or through a tax abatement, it offsets risk. And for us, it's really about, is the risk worth taking on in order to reposition that asset or property at the end of the day? And if we know there is kind of a tool at our disposal, and irrespective of that, ultimately the lift in taxes is based on a certain period of time that pays back that delta. Is anywhere from, could be 3 to 5, ultimately, maybe 10 years, depending on how the program is laid out, depending on how ultimately taxes increase over that certain period of time. But from a landowner and an investment standpoint, it really is an offset of risk. And a lender in particular will look at that favorably, knowing that what is the risk to this developer if we lend the money to do this thing. Lenders would much love you to have a clean site in the suburban area with zero risk. No existing buildings, no storage tanks, any remediation. Ultimately, that for us, it is a more compelling story that we can tell to our lenders, that we have this runway. And it's a compelling story that we can tell tenants from an attraction and a retention standpoint at the end of the day, that they are going to see some sort of benefit from a taxation standpoint. And we have seen that with our North District redevelopment, the phase 1, which was on 97th Street and 128th Avenue, which was the repositioning of an old car dealership into basically a commercial development. It once had a Shell station, which had an underground storage tank and was contaminated. And the brownfield grant has been very beneficial for us to take on that investment and risk to reposition that and basically provide a great new use for an existing neighborhood.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer. And just with the remainder of my time here, because I have a number of questions. Mr. Dall'Aba, again, if you could, I guess, speak to the demand for upfront rehabilitation costs versus ongoing maintenance. I guess, where is there greater demand for that upfront larger chunk? Can you tell me about that?
Councillor Salvador, without a doubt, having or knowing that you're eligible for a certain amount of funds at the upfront is critical. For us to actually have an understanding of that when we have a building under contract before we purchased it, and we're going through our due diligence phase, that we know that we are eligible for X amount of dollars, give or take. And that is something we work closely with the Heritage Planning Group on when we do have a heritage building that we're interested in acquiring, working with them closely, going through it in detail to say, okay, what needs to be done, having a very general understanding from administration of what we could qualify for. Ultimately, we will try to qualify for the highest amount possible. And knowing that there's a lot of challenges in some of the things that we need to do just to bring the building up to really code. Never mind the whole energy, side of things, and ultimately existing buildings are exempt. That being said, there's a whole slew of things, particularly life safety, and that's one that you can't necessarily get grandfathered for. And those cost a lot of money. And sometimes, we're in the tough position to make choices on, well, do we do this enhancement on the exterior because we know we're capped at a certain amount, or do we focus? Obviously, life safety, you need that for code. But having just some firm confirmation, understanding that this is the amount you can qualify for, or even on the brownfield. I mean, the brownfield grant is a similar thing where we know if we meet these metrics, we get it, and that allows us at least to feel comfortable before we ultimately decide to remove conditions and purchase a property.
Okay, great. Well, I'm out of time, but I'm going to come back for a second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all our speakers for coming out. I think, Jared, Mr. Campbell, you had mentioned something about the possibility of the grant program leading to higher asks as far as selling the property because folks would know that that grant is in place. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Paquette. Yeah, it's basically the problem that we why we're here is we've got examples where somebody owns a heritage building and they aren't maintaining it properly, or they aren't willing to redevelop it, or I mean not redevelop it, but designate it. They're not willing to upgrade it, and so. As Chris said, having these grant programs certainly helps, but one of the problems with, well, not the problem, but basically with the grant program, with it being a known quantity, the owner of that building knows that there's money available, and so they know that absent of this program, the building might be worth something, but with this program, or with any program, there's certain economic value available because it's a heritage building. So they go, well, this building, right, if there was absolutely no program, no money available whatsoever, it would simply be worth, what's it worth to tear it down and build something higher density? What's it worth to just rent it out? There's kind of common real estate metrics. And so one of the issues with just the carrot approach is that sometimes it means that that building doesn't get sold because the economic value of that grant gets factored into the purchase price that the owner is not, the owner's seeking. They're going, right, man, you're about to get a $500,000 grant. Why should I give you that? I own the heritage building. Okay,
so tell me about the stick a little bit more.
So the stick would be something that would be punitive, and Scott sort of mentioned it, that with the current legislation we've got in place, right, this would be an example where we would go in there and we would say, okay, we're going to designate this building, but we're going to have to pay for it. It hasn't been tested. I mean, I would be interested to hear about that, right? If we're really worried about a heritage asset and we really think that this is something that we need to protect as a city, I mean, there's got to be a certain cost to that, right? And so if we're sitting there saying, hey, you know what, we're going to just sort of cross our fingers and hope that somebody like Chris Delaba buys it, right, who's going to do the right thing, but instead we're going to just sort of hope. And when Chris buys it, we'll give him a bunch of money. It's like, well, maybe we'd be better off just going to this guy and saying hey man, we're going to designate this. We're going to pay you a bit of money for it. Maybe it costs us the same amount of money, but at least we ensure that thing is saved, because usually by the time it comes into the media, it's too late. It's oh man, this beautiful heritage building is about to collapse because the guy hasn't maintained it for 30 years. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I know that in the UK, they have programs in municipalities for a tax break for maintenance, and they add some social procurement aspects to that, so it's local contractors. But I'm trying to wrap my head around here the question between increasing a grant pool or tax incentives, and really at the end of the day, I would assume that the financial motivation is exactly the same for developers. It's just more onerous for the city and starts to needlessly make our tax system more complex and opens the door for a lot of headaches going forward. So I'm just wondering, any quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Without getting into too much of the detail, at the end of the day, as Chris sort of alluded to, you've got a property, you're going to buy it for a certain amount, you're going to renovate it for a certain amount, you're going to get a certain amount of income out of it. If that income, or if that cost is reduced by a grant, or if that cost is reduced by, reduced property taxes, which, in theory gets you higher rent for your tenants. All of that just kind of drives back to can I make money by proceeding with this project? And I think you're probably right that there's no point unnecessarily complicating things on the city side when really, for the most part, we're getting to the same place. Is this project viable economically or not?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I really picked your brain there, but I really appreciate your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'm going to ask questions now, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson and Rutherford, and then back to committee speaker or committee members of committee. So, Mr. Shamoun, or Shaman. Sorry, I'm stumbling over your name today, Dominic. My apologies. One of the things that I was curious about. Oftentimes when we talk about heritage buildings, we are talking about these big, beautiful sandstone buildings, usually built between 1900 and 1940. But if perhaps you could speak to the undesignated heritage treasures that are going to come online next. What are the next sort of tranche of buildings that we're going to be looking at risk of demolition?
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton, for the question. I think there are still some of those buildings that you've mentioned that are undesignated and unprotected. But I think the next tranche that's coming are mid-century modern and the more modern architecture. So the CN Tower, the legislature annex that recently came down, and then the homes that were built in that same time frame. So there are a lot of unprotected buildings throughout our city. And when we think about what was happening 50 years ago as a bit of a boom city that was growing, there are lots of opportunities for additional protection and designation throughout the city.
It's interesting that you bring up what Edmonton was like 50 years ago, because I think about the Brighton block, which was also built at a time when Edmonton was booming, and then sort of the bottom fell out of our economy here, and we've lost a lot of buildings from that era. But I see Mr. Dell'Abba nodding when he hears you say that, and I think about some of those buildings. We're no longer talking about small parcels of land, Mr. Dell'Abba. Mr. Campbell, you could speak to this as well. We're talking about fairly substantial buildings that will take a lot more resources than a couple $100,000 to rehabilitate and make viable, correct?
Councillor, do you wish me to answer this question?
Sure. Yes, that was directed at you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yes, no, thinking about this, I mean, you're correct. I mean, the scale of some of these projects are becoming and will become very challenging. When you're going beyond just simply, a 50-foot wide building located on White Avenue, that might be maybe 5,000 square feet, maybe, 8,000 if you got a couple stories on top of it, to much larger buildings that will require a significant amount of work. Primarily, the remediation and abatement of materials that were very, very commonly used in those postmodern, modernist type buildings in the 60s. And to go and do what we've done with some of the buildings built in the 1900s, let alone removing asbestos around some of the old boiler piping. When you're talking about full-scale abatement of a several-story building, it is that much more complicated and risky. And I think it leads me to a thought as I was reviewing these reports over the weekend, that maybe there is a bit more of a sliding scale based on the type of project that's being dealt with. So it's not just typically, well, you're capped at 500,000, whether you're redeveloping a single-story building, built in 1905, or a 1965, office building that is outdated and going to be repositioned for residential uses or mixed use. So I do believe we're going to look at the next wave of heritage assets that will be that much more larger and complicated.
And so I'm going to pivot to Mr. Campbell, who helped rehabilitate an heritage asset. Of course, you have as well, Mr. Dell'Abba, but Mr. Campbell, I think maybe you could speak to the value of placemaking for some of these buildings, what the loss of the Gibbard block would have meant perhaps to the Highlands neighborhood, and then on scale, what kind of impact losing very large-scale heritage buildings in the core or mature areas of the city might have on our ability to fulfill some of those promises of the city plan in terms of giving people a center to locate around.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hamilton. It's, I think part of why, you go down the exercise of trying to preserve these heritage buildings is because they do add to, quality of life. They create sort of unique experiential experiences. They are a physical reminder of sort of the past, how Edmonton has sort of grown and evolved, as it's been built up over the last 100 and some years. And so in terms of, the placemaking and some of the goals in the city plan, absolutely, right? If we've got these assets and we can save them and we can revitalize them and turn them into a valuable part of these communities, it's good placemaking. It's good sort of it creates a bit of a unique feeling for those communities. Reminds everybody that if you're at the Gibbard Block, I mean, that was developed in sort of the boom times of the 1910s and 12s. And there's a really fascinating story. Maybe that gets you looking into that. Maybe that gets you learning a little bit more about Edmonton and its history. So I do think the preservation of these is important to help us meet our goals. But sort of as I sort of alluded to with Mayor Sohi, they're fairly limited in their use cases because there's just not a lot of communities that have them. So.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And that's my time. So I'm going to go next to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, good morning, and thanks so much to our presenters. The information you brought forward is incredibly helpful, so really appreciate you all taking the time. I just had a few quick questions just around if either Mr. Campbell or Mr. Dulaba could speak to the operating premium of running a heritage building, just recognizing that they may be less energy efficient. Is there a way to quantify how much more expensive it is to run and maintain a heritage building versus a new build?
Mr. Campbell, you want to take this on, or you want to pass the baton to me?
Why don't you give a shot, and if you don't give a good answer, then I'll jump in.
And not to put you on the spot for specific percentages, but as I'm thinking through tax incentives, I see the upfront capital as really helping with the development, with the building owner. But I'm thinking of those businesses who will be the users of the building and those operating impacts. So just curious if even just to confirm, is it generally fair that working within a heritage building may have some additional operating costs associated with it?
Councillor Stevenson, considering the amount of investment we have made to most of the heritage buildings that we've purchased, we've replaced, for the most part, the entire mechanical and electrical systems to become, a lot more high efficient, and oftentimes even with new windows, so you have a little bit more thermal insulation. They are really, other than the bricks and mortar and the structural aspect and some of the physical exterior features, a pretty efficient building from an operational standpoint. So I'm not sure, and I'd have to actually defer to having that discussion with our property managers to see if there is a specific gap between the heritage buildings and the op costs, notwithstanding the taxation side of things, if you net that out, and some of the new buildings we've developed, if there is a gap. From my understanding and discussions with our own property management groups, I don't think there is that big of a shift. By far and away, the largest portion of our op costs are from the taxation side. But these buildings, at least from the amount of investment we make, are pretty efficient. For the most part, they're getting everything brand new, other than really the authenticity and permanency that you have with this old heritage building.
Great. Sorry, Mr. Campbell, did you want to add anything to that, or that?
No, I think Chris covered it, but as with most things, right, it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. The projects that Belgium's done, the projects that I've been involved with, exactly that, right? They're functionally new buildings, but that's not going to necessarily be the case. And you could see scenarios where, the owner doesn't upgrade the HVAC system because they can't get a grant or they can't afford it. And so it really depends on the level of intervention to the building that's going to dictate if op costs are higher or not.
Okay, no, that's really helpful context. And just in terms of the uplift freeze, is there, because again, I think the thought that it can help incentivize tenants from moving in, I think is a really interesting one. Is there a like a time frame where the first 5 years being sort of a critical time in terms of attracting people to the building? Is it the first 2 years? Is it 10? Just wondering if there's any sort of ballpark that could help inform a time frame for us in terms of having the maximum benefit to help incentivize businesses moving in.
Councillor Stevenson, I think really that's a product of ultimately what the calculated lift would be on that property tax by virtue of the investment made and the costs that are spread out through. It could be a certain payback period over 3 years. It could be 5. Similar to the Brownfield grant, that payback period ranges depending on the uplift and how quickly you ultimately get to that. I think there is a maximum on that, but ultimately at the end of the day, that's, sometimes it could be paid back within 3-year period. I know from a tenant standpoint, they would say as long as you can keep keeping our op costs low, we'll take it. But ultimately, I think the math has to work out. I don't know if it's, we'll set it over 7 years. I think it has to be a product of how assessments are increase over year based on how values increase year over year. And that's multiple factors that are placed into that. And again, I'll turn to Mr. Sabo for enlightening you with that those particulars.
Great. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense that if there's a significant increase, the time period will likely be shorter, but if it's a smaller increase, it's over a longer period of time. Great. No, that's very helpful. Thank you so much to you and all of our presenters.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. My question is actually to Dominic. Is he still on the line?
I am.
Hi, Dominic. Thank you so much. So I'm actually going to be referencing an attachment in the report from yesterday from the board where it talks about, and it really surprised me to see, the historical resource inventory and then the designated and protected and just the discrepancy between those two numbers. So when I see that, I think, is this grant program really doing the incentivization that we're hoping it does? But one thing I wanted to speak about is it doesn't really break down like residential or those commercial within that report. Can you give me a sense of, from those sort of inventory of historic resources, how many are within that kind of commercial versus residential? What's that kind of general split?
I don't have those directly in front of me. I'm not sure if Scott from the Heritage team has those available. We would be able to get that and send that over to you. But I think your comment about is the grant program doing what it's intended to? The short answer is yes. And the longer answer is that's exactly why we're having this conversation today about additional incentives that are complementary to the grant program. So, there is a bit of a gap between the number of buildings on the inventory and the number that are designated. And that's exactly why we're glad to be having this conversation today, because we think that there need to be additional options and additional tools for folks like Chris and Jarrett to be looking at additional options and additional opportunities throughout the city.
Okay, and please forgive my naivety, but how does a historic resource get on inventory? And then is it up to that property owner or the owner of that building? So whether it's the city owns it or whether it's a private owner, for them to do the designation? But how does it get on the inventory to begin with? And then how does that designation of becoming protected and designated happen?
So completely understand, no worries at all. So to get on the inventory, our Heritage Resources Review Panel takes a look. Often it's at the request of the property owner, but we have done neighborhood inventories before. And so we would send that recommendation over to administration, and that building is placed onto the inventory. In order to be designated, that is something that has always been at the request of the owner and always initiated by the owner. So we may encourage and we may wish and cross our fingers and hope, but The reality is that the designated buildings have been done by the owner at the request of the owner. Although the ability does exist for the city to designate against an owner's wishes, I think as has been mentioned, there is a compensation requirement for that. And so that has never taken place, although the ability does exist for that.
But so as an example, I know some of the historic sites at risk at the University of Alberta, right? So that would be an example where we could have that leverage, but to do it would be such a probably big dollar amount to do something like that, right?
So the university is a bit of a unique exception
Okay.
because they are under the Post-Secondary Learning Act. So that is the outlier within the city. But pick another property and exactly you're right.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you so much for that. And I guess my last question is, would there be any, so even with these incentives, what are some other, in your opinion, barriers that would cause a property owner to not want to put on that historical designation? So I'll give a perfect example where I think it does have a historical designation. So I don't know a historic one that doesn't. So what would be, is it that there's limitations then in what can be built there? So that would be a disincentivization as well. Like so we're talking about incentives, but what are some disincentives, I guess, is what I'm also trying to see the other side of the coin.
So I'm not sure if Chris would have any specific examples that come to mind, but I think the largest one that we've heard is some concern from property owners about the permanency of it. You know, when the purpose of this is permanent preservation. And that is a really appealing aspect of this for a lot of property owners. At the same time, we do hear from some folks that the permanency of it is a little bit of a barrier. So even the people that have, you know, the best of intentions and they love their home, they love the building, whatever the case may be, and they are personally invested in maintaining and preserving it, the permanency aspect sometimes can be a little bit of a barrier, but I think that's where the heritage planners come in terms of education and just sharing the other resources and benefits that are available.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Back to members of committee. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I just have a question for Mr. Campbell. You had mentioned or requested or had a suggestion that the grant either be, well, you had mentioned lifted. Does that mean you want the limit increased, or do you want no cap at all? What is your actual request?
Yeah, I think that it would be potentially a lifting of the cap. Each project is going to be unique. It's been sort of alluded to that we do have some major projects coming up, and so I think that giving the heritage team just a bit more flexibility to really evaluate it. They may find that this project exceeds the cap, or it may find that the nature of this project requires certain items to be included within the grantable items. And so my request would be just to increase the flexibility for those guys to find a way to make these projects work.
So from my understanding, that means no cap.
Yeah, I think that I can see why the idea of no cap may seem, a little untenable. So maybe finding a higher cap may provide both the flexibility for them to approach projects differently, but also providing some assurance back to council that this isn't going to be just sort of a blank check operation. It's probably, so yeah, I'd say probably an increased cap would be a good first step.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Councillor Principe, could I just add something to that, to Mr. Campbell's response? Thinking about this, as a developer, yeah, an open-ended, limit is we'll take it any day. But I also think that it warrants consideration again for somewhat of a sliding scale. If an owner is going to invest X amount of dollars, let's say it's 50,000 or 5 million, that there's got to be some exchange for that additional capital they're investing to reposition that property and to enhance it to ensure its longevity for the foreseeable future. In addition to that, I also think that there could be a way that the investment is somewhat, I guess, realized for the amount of dollars invested, but it's also there was another take on this that it just evaporated in my mind right now. But I do think that it's worth a sliding scale. I also think that there could be a way that there's prioritization buildings that administration based on some of those important heritage elements and character defining features where they say, hey, for this building here, we know it's in a certain state. It is eligible for a top-up because of the poor state that it's in and or the importance that it has. So it's somewhat you have a bit of a triage of different heritage buildings versus simply saying, well, it's built in 1955 and away you go. As long as you can sort of quantify the amount of investment you're doing, it's you get X. I think there could be a way that there's scale in the amount of investment a private owner is making into that building, in addition to maybe having a bit of a priority list at the end of the day that would incentivize owners and or purchasers to say, hey, that building is really high on the priority list. The city was really incentivizing somebody to do something special with. It is greater than what you typically would get if you were to buy a building just simply based on kind of the baseline characteristics from a heritage standpoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much. And I was going to have a line of questioning around that $500,000 cap, and I'm going to save that for administration as well, since you both just covered it wonderfully. So I'm actually going to go to Mr. Hobson, if that's all right. So I guess just given your experience, would you say that it's common practice to use tax exemptions as a tool without partnered support from the province? Can you speak?
Yes, I think it is common in other jurisdictions to do that. Certainly in British Columbia, Vancouver and Victoria do that. Not many provinces provide significant amounts of support, and I realize that Alberta provides less than most at the provincial level. So yes, it is not uncommon for local governments, particularly the tax incentives, relieving tax burden over a 7 to 10 year period is quite common in other jurisdictions and provides security for the investor that there's going to be a cap on taxation for a period of time, and also ensures perhaps that the building is going to be maintained over a long period of time. It's not just a one-shot amount, it's over a number of years, subject to the building being preserved and maintained.
Okay, I really appreciate your answer on that. And I'm going to jump to Mr. Shamoon. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
You are.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that something interesting from this report is that essentially property owners who found success through the grant, of course, say that the grant is great. And yeah, absolutely. But I'm wondering if you could share some examples of projects that maybe are being missed by our current toolbox.
So the one that comes to mind in some ways seems like an odd example, but the Burke's building is not designated. And the property owner does a fantastic job of maintaining it. I think, we've all been there. We've all walked past it. It looks great. It is great. But the grant isn't necessarily a benefit to them because they've done such a good job of maintaining and preserving that even without designation. So that's the one that comes to mind. I'm sure given time we could come up with a whole list for you, but I think that what we've heard is there are a lot of options where it's looked at it, and for whatever reason, if the grant isn't as applicable in that scenario and it's easier to demolish, then that's what happens. Or in some cases as well, I think we not necessarily on the non-residential side, which is 6-1, but the homeowners who have done such a good job, again, of looking after their home, of investing in their home over the years, they don't see a need for a one-time grant. And so the thought of designating to receive funding that they don't really need or wouldn't benefit from is not appealing to them. And so that's where I think having a toolbox of options that are complementary to that, given the unique circumstances of each property, are really where we see the value in this.
Okay, I appreciate that. And either for Mr. Shamoon or potentially Mr. Dall'Aba as well, I'm just trying to get a handle on, what's going to be coming down the line in terms of, heritage value that we definitely want to preserve. And we spoke a little bit about sort of residential side, mid-century modern, but specifically to non-residential undesignated inventory. Like, I guess I'm trying to understand the scale of opportunity that's there, and that what we can expect to be coming in the next while. Like, have we gotten through a large chunk of the inventory? It's designated, that's fantastic, and there's a small group left. I understand that it's constantly changing and evolving, but does that make sense? Can either of you jump on that one?
I will let Chris jump on that. He's much more familiar.
Councillor Salvador, I think again that list is ever evolving. I don't think there is particularly a set ceiling or cap based on, as time moves on, buildings built even today 40, 50, 60 years from now will have some sort of importance and sense of place and permanence that we'll want to protect and enhance. I think there are a number of buildings that are there that some of them are really even nondescript buildings that should be retained. I mean, I'll go to the Tipton Investment Building, for example, that we purchased on White Avenue a few years ago. And, that really was a single story boomtown, one of the last remaining boomtown type of wood frame buildings left on White Avenue that majority of people would have simply passed by and say, that's an old facade. But if there's a number of those buildings that do exist, 118th Avenue and other areas that I think are starting to come onto their own, that most people I don't think would recognize. They might be on the list that are due for I guess significant reinvestment, and so I think that there are endless opportunities that one could look at and find a way to have some sort of financial assistance. There's a lot of old electrical and utility buildings that are out throughout the city that one day will be coming to their end. The TELUS's, the EPCORs will say, we no longer need it. And if there's a way from even old schools, that either EPS or the Edmonton Catholic Schools are looking at selling, they have some really interesting architectural features and elements that shouldn't be torn down, as some most recent examples have, where it was quick to demolish. And I think these school boards and operators should be aware of what such incentives for private purchasers, and it should be seen as an incentive to save it versus simply, well, the value of the building in place is zero, let's demolish it just to give land, put the land up for sale, and away we go. And I think that's a disservice to the community, and I think that's a disservice to everybody really at the end of the day. And that shouldn't be the quick and easy answer, is simply discounting the building to zero. And by virtue of pure accounting, the buildings are discounted to zero. And we know that going in. Ultimately, what we're acquiring is land value. But we believe, and we have through our own appraisals at the back end of the reinvestment, put value into these buildings because there's a component to it that ultimately is a financial component, but then there's also the emotional and subjective side, which I think also has value to it. It has an intrinsic value that we find ways to squeeze. I mean, again, based on the per square foot that we're able to command from a lease standpoint, that is value in itself right there. And I think that's something we don't want to forget. And I want to make one little quick comment to Councillor Paquette earlier statement about what's the cost to administer such programs, whether it may be the tax exemption or grant. I think what's the cost of risk of losing these assets? at the end of the day versus how we administrate it and manage it internally. I think there's a much, you lose much more at the end of the day by losing these buildings versus simply worrying about how much staff time it takes to manage and monitor and implement these programs.
Thank you, Mr. DeLava. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I believe, Councillor Paquette, you have questions for administration. So if I'm wrong, speak up. But so I just have one round of questions left, and it's to Ms. Clausen, who I believe is still on the line with us. The area that you, the Old Strathcona business area, that is the beneficiary of a now expired revolving fund, correct?
What is it that you're referencing? I'm not familiar with that.
A revolving fund, in fact, helped preserve and update the Old Strathcona area and Garneau area. Correct? Am I wrong in that?
I'm not familiar with that. Maybe Mr. Dulaba might be able to speak to that, or someone from the Heritage Council.
Sorry. I'll just look to maybe Mr. Shamoon for that. I know he just popped off, so. But I'll leave that question then. Really, why I was asking about that is because I think it, back to sort of the point I was making before, that kind of investment, whether it looks like a revolving fund or an uplift exemption, does help over decades placemake in our city. So something that I heard the Heritage both the Heritage Council and the Historical Board say is don't take tools out of the toolbox, add tools. I think maybe what I heard Mr. Campbell say with respect to that is that we have a grant program, it's well established, but it's, to be in politic for a second, it also gets gamed a little bit. It gets factored into those performas. And so something like being able to use some of these other tools, whether it's an uplift exemption or any other number of things that council may endorse, does sort of motivate the person who undertakes the work on the building to not just preserve it, not just designate it, but maybe put in that little extra that really helps make it a quality experience. Is that accurate, Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary.
All right. Sorry. So I guess, and I don't know if Mr. Shamoon is back, but I think something that I'm hearing is overwhelmingly the uplift, option 3, the uplift exemption is favorable to people who are practicing in this space and may in fact help us preserve some buildings now. But what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Shamoon, is don't take options off the table. You sort of keep the toolbox full.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I think as we all heard today, the grant program works and it has done really good work, but looking for complementary tools for that is where we've heard from folks that there's the greatest potential to protect additional buildings and additional projects.
Wonderful. And was I right? Was there a revolving fund in Old Strathcona that helped preserve it in the mid-century?
Yes, I believe I'm not super familiar with the details, but there was a revolving fund. I believe it was through the Old Strathcona Foundation, which is no longer in existence.
Yes, yeah, but it helped preserve wonderful landmarks in our city, like the Princess Theatre, as I recall. So those are my questions. It's very clear, sort of your positions on this. Thank you for coming. Councillor Principe, did you have questions for speakers or questions for administration?
For administration.
Wonderful. Well, many of you are registered to speak on the next item, so don't go too far, but I'll go now to questions of administration, and Councillor Paquette.
Oh, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Councillor Stevenson actually was asking a line of questioning about operational costs. And they're more difficult, more expensive because they're not energy efficient. So I guess I'm curious if we can shift the paradigm here and look at making heritage preservation about green energy. And I'm just wondering if administration has explored the question of heritage designation through a climate context.
Councillor Paquette, that's a really good lens. And if the heritage strategy work was funded by council, that is something we absolutely would do, is integrate the climate work and put a climate lens on our heritage strategy and have a deeper understanding of that. I don't know if the team wants to add anything. They might have some additional context in terms of things we have done with some of the property owners on a case-by-case basis.
While they're thinking about it, I'll ask, well, I'll put it this way, like retrofitting programs, green builds, programs that pay out long-term, initiatives of designated funding at other levels of government, we can probably tap into this, right? I mean, it's not unprecedented. I know that Manitoba has a green guide to heritage conservation where they preserve heritage, and these buildings have a longer shelf life going forward with sustainable incentives, I suppose you'd say.
There is a lot we can do in this space, Councillor Paquette, and we would love to do this type of work in terms of looking at how we could put a climate lens on our heritage work. Mr. Ash, you want to add some more?
Yeah, I would just add, Councillor Paquette, so designated buildings qualify for the city's other energy retrofit programs. So there's nothing that prevents them from getting grants from the city's heritage program, as well as energy retrofit grant from another group within the city. We certainly encourage it. We speak to each other and will facilitate conversations with the property owner. If we were to consider expanding the scope of eligible work that was grant eligible, one of the things that we would definitely want to try to support is the city's other priorities as they relate to climate change, and we could certainly look at expanding the scope of the Heritage Grant Program to include energy retrofit costs or a portion thereof.
Yeah, it's just because under the Act, and maybe Mr. Sabo can correct me, but isn't the city only able to provide tax exemptions to non-residential heritage? Is that right?
Yeah, you're right, Councillor. So the provisions that we're discussing about tax exemptions are based on some of the newer pieces of tools added to the toolbox by the government of Alberta in the last few years. And so we're talking about specifically only being able to provide, if this was the path we went down, tax exemptions for non-residential for up to 15 years. And it's requiring also that they actually do revitalization or redevelopment of the site. So purely doing an exemption for the purposes of of designation alone would not be a line we could draw. They'd have to be an investment component to it as well.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, maybe since I got you, if you can expand on maybe the complexity of going through tax incentives rather than through the grant program, because fundamentally, market-wise, there probably isn't a lot of difference at the end of the day. But with us and opening the door to precedents, it gets kind of messy.
Yeah, I mean, with the minute you have remaining, I'm not sure how much I'll dive into it.
Apparently, an extra 3 minutes after that. So go ahead.
Well, I'll speak briefly and just say, I think at the very top, we want to always make it clear that property tax changes still have a cost, and really fundamentally, money is money. I think some of the speakers have spoken to that as well. There's going to be a redistribution effect. And really, we're talking about whether or not we collect less revenue or we collect the revenue and then choose to grant it out, as an expenditure. From our perspective, because there is, that equivalence between those things, we see a lot of drawbacks to the tax tool. Property tax is a bit of a blunt instrument. It's very legislated and rigid and not fully within our control because it is subject to review by assessment review boards. There's questions about simplicity and transparency that I could get into in more detail. there's concerns about the budget prioritization process, because when you do an exemption or any kind of a subclassing, it comes off the top. So in all other discussions that council has, they have to prioritize their spending decisions against all the other priorities. But if you do an exemption, well, that's off the top, and now you make decisions about priorities after that's already been decided. So there's a bit of a concern there. And lastly, with the no time that I have, just pointing out that when you do an exemption this way, you're kind of borrowing against money you haven't actually collected yet, right? So it's kind of borrowing against the credit card versus using money that's actually available to you. So from a finance perspective, we have concerns from that perspective as well, and certainly happy to elaborate in subsequent questions.
All right, I'm over time. Thanks. So sounds like it's good for small towns, maybe not for big cities.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And I hear that. I am the biggest critic of trying to keep time tight, and also try and balance that against hearing, listening to folks who are guests today finish their sentences. With the permission of committee, I know Mayor Sohi will have to depart soon, and I see he has questions. So with consensus, I'm hoping that, or the consent of the group, that he can ask his questions now. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. And Don, just to follow up on that, I understand where you're coming from, absolutely, on some of that. But what I want to understand is if renovations and preservation is done, that increases the value of that property, that gives that uplift in the tax. Otherwise, that tax uplift will not be available because of if those renovations are not done. So I just want to understand what is the concern around that, using that as a tool that doesn't burden other property owners or doesn't shift the burden to other property owners.
So fair enough, Councillor or Mayor Sohi. I think speaking to that, it's just a question. Focus will make a question about what actually happened to that specific property. So in some cases, you're right. Investment can result in an uplift in value, but that's not always the case. So in the properties that we reviewed, there are about 9 non-residential properties that we reviewed in the last 10 years that have received grant benefits. Of those 9, 5 of them really haven't seen much of an uplift in value as a result of that investment. And so the tax uplift is really because of the taxes that we increase on an annual basis. And that would be what we would be discounting, because any kind of uplift, regardless of because of value uplift or because of council approved budget increases, somehow that would be frozen, but that's not as appropriate. Of the remaining 4, I would say 2 were kind of in that range, seeing a bit of an uplift over that period of time. And the other 2 were significant. So the 2 that we saw were Enbridge Center and City Market, or the Brewery District. And if we did an uplift calculation on those without a cap, the benefit to them would be about $28 million over that 10-year period. So it's, and then the question is that the kind of uplift we're talking about? Because of the very different kinds of projects than some of the other ones we're talking about. So I think the answer is it depends on the property type. In most cases, what we look at is rent. Can they demand a higher rent for that property? And if they can demand a higher rent after those revitals have taken place, well, then their property value will go up. If their rent is the same as it was previously, but now they're just more efficient, their costs are lower, their assessment value isn't going to necessarily change, and their taxes aren't necessarily going to change. They just have lower operational costs, and the grant has helped support that capital investment.
Yeah, I know it's complex, absolutely, but I think we need to explore these additional tools along with grant funding. There might be some room to increase grant funding. I'm not saying that. I think this is an important issue, preserving historical structures and our history. Ms. McCabe, on the aligning this effort with other city goals of 15-minute communities, climate change, and others, would that be part of the work that you will undertake if committee gives you direction to explore these additional tax exemption options? Because how we leverage this to achieve other goals?
Yes, absolutely. It will be, Mr. Mayor, to explore it as part of strategy, but also the team is already doing it on a case-by-case basis where they can.
And part of that analysis would also include not only the cost of preserving and upgrade, but also the higher cost of running these operational cost of these historical structures.
Absolutely. We'd look at that and continue to look at all of the tools to see what are the best ones in order to preserve and place make within our city.
Yeah, good. No, thank you for that, and thank you for the work that you and your our committees and outside volunteers have been doing on this. We need to absolutely do more. So, Madam Chair, I hope there's a motion coming on giving some direction from committee members. Unfortunately, I got to head out I have another call to attend, but I'll try to join later once I've done that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And I hope so too. Someone will put the bylaw on, or the motion to recommend the bylaw on the floor. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if we were to offer different incentives or different options for incentives, would someone only be able to access one option or apply for one option, or could they apply for numerous options?
Councillor, that's the work that we would have to do in order to see what the best mechanism is to preserve what we have in our city. There's other examples in the city where proponents can access a few different grant programs. So I wouldn't see why that wouldn't be the case here, but we would need to do that work to understand that further.
And would that be something that would go to Urban Planning Committee and eventually to City Council?
Absolutely. Yeah, if there is governance mechanisms for new policies that would need to be approved, or new grant programs, or budget asks, those would all come either through Exec Committee or through Urban Planning Committee for council approval.
All right, sorry. And like for each individual ask, like if someone were to ask?
Not for an individual ask. Individual asks, if they're above the amount of within the policies, then they come to council for approval, and perhaps Mr. Ash could add some more details on what comes to council for approval currently. But if we were looking at a comprehensive overhaul, or maybe not overhaul isn't the right word, but a comprehensive review of all of the tools, and if we should add more tools, then those new tools would come to council for your approval prior to us implementing them. Mr. Ash, could you add to today's existing program?
So in regards to approving grants, anything under $500,000, administration actually has the authority to approve, but we advance all of heritage designations to council for approval because it's required under the Historical Resources Act. And at that time, we provide information on the grant that would be provided.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, how did we land on the $500,000 cap? How would we land on an increased amount? And what could a sliding scale look like?
I can speak to that, Stephanie, if you like.
Thank you. That'd be great.
So the $500,000 cap for commercial properties was only implemented in 2019. And it was implemented in response to some budget projections looking down the line in regards to the status of our reserve. And at that time, there was some concerns that if we didn't implement some mitigation measures, the reserve would be depleted and unable to respond to future grant requests in relation to designations. So at that time, we looked at how much we provide to individual properties, and the vast majority of rehabilitation grants that are provided at the time of designation were below $500,000. It's only a small number of properties that actually exceeded that $500,000. That's how we ended up at the $500,000 cap.
Okay, that's really helpful because my other question was going to be, what does that distribution look like in terms of projects that are, functioning well within that $500,000 cap? And it sounds like there's kind of a select few that are needing that additional support.
That's it. And I mean, with bearing in mind inflation and construction inflation, and the fact that we are supporting larger projects than we have in the past. We've seen a lot of inflation in the scale of the rehab grants that we provide to commercial projects over the last decade. There's been significant growth, and that was part of the $500,000 cap, was just to kind of mitigate that inflation.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. And then my next question, I guess, is a bigger question. When we're talking about using tax exemptions as an incentive, my understanding is that we haven't really gone down that path in a very long time for the reasons that were talked about. But I guess if we were to move forward with some sort of tax exemption structure, I guess that in my mind opens the door to what other types of priorities in our city would tax exemptions be applicable to. So I guess that's where I'm at. I'm thinking about other realms, whether it's to help achieve our climate goals, help achieve density along nodes and corridors, affordable housing. So yeah, I guess if anyone could speak to that, maybe Ms. McCabe.
Yeah, Councillor Salvador, fantastic question, and absolutely one we need to explore through the growth management framework in terms of what the right tool is for incenting the type of growth that we want to create through the city plan, and what are the types, whether it's through tax exemption, which I know the tax group doesn't really like, but that it's administration's preference to have a grant program that allocates or that relates to taxes. But that's some of the work that we are doing through growth management framework, and those teams are getting together to put their collective thoughts about, well, where should we have incentives that are related to tax exemption programs.
Okay, and just so I'm crystal clear, I guess that conversation around, like that larger conversation around how to use potential tools, including tax exemptions, to achieve city plan goals would be housed
through the growth management framework.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I have questions, but I'm going to put the bylaw on the table as I can at committee. So I'm going to put the bylaw on the table. I'll move that. Now, my question to you, administration, is that, and I was having trouble sort of scanning through it sitting here. The bylaw as drafted, does that reflect option 1, 2, or 3? As I recall, it's, here, answer the question.
Maybe throw it to Cam Ashmore.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, the bylaw as drafted reflects option 3, which is a exemption that effectively freezes taxes over a period of X number of years, which right now in the bylaw is 10 years. But it is not ready to be passed right now. You'll see references in the bylaw to a tax exemption committee. And essentially what needs to be in place before we can have that bylaw implemented is a way to appeal decisions on the exemption. The legislation references an appeal to City Council. And that's a possibility, but that might get a little bit wonky. So the way we've drafted the bylaw is making an assumption that a new committee would be created, a council committee, that deals with these tax appeals. So the way it's currently drafted, it's not ready to be passed today.
No, and I don't think we can pass a bylaw. We can recommend to council that a bylaw sort of be read, correct? But
that's correct, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
That's my point is, within the week or 2 weeks to get to City Council, that element of the bylaw won't be ready for city council either. So you can push it forward at this point in time, but there's really no way to actually get it passed by city council right now in the format that it's in.
Thank you for that clarity. So we would be, in fact, referring it back to resolve that question today, if that were the case. I see Mr. Sabo nodding, and yeah, you're nodding as well. So maybe then the question is, because I'm hearing some, if not total consensus, that we need to have additional tools in the toolbox. What I guess maybe my question to you on the legislative front is, could this not be included in the mandate of something like ARB or SDAB, or is that because of provincial legislation confined to the very strict mandate?
So, Madam Chair, I'll pop in again.
Sure.
The way the legislation works is it actually takes it out of the mandate of the ARB or the SDAB. So when I say there's an appeal to city council, that's actually written into the legislation itself. Unclear why they did it that way, but that's the way they did it. So that's kind of why we're suggesting taking it to a subcommittee of city council, a council committee, that effectively we can take people from the ARB and the SDAB, pounce them on this committee, and have them make the exact same decisions as they would be making on the ARB or the SDAB.
And Councillor, just to add, that's the body of work that we need to do still. So if this was referred back to administration, we would continue to do that work and bring forward those recommendations to you.
All right. So to clarify, we can't, this committee can't recommend the passage of this bylaw until there is a mechanism to appeal it. Or could we hold that piece in abeyance or set an effective as date in the bylaw, by which time we will have that mechanism in place?
I would suggest the first, that we have work to do first prior to you passing first reading of this.
All right. So thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. With my remaining time, I'm hearing, I heard from the speakers some interest in not just the tools as outlined in the financial in the report from Corporate Financial Services, but also some of the other mechanisms. However, I've also heard concern that those tools might take time to develop. So if council chose to proceed with some of those strategies, Ms. McCabe, how would we proceed with instructing you to continue with that work, or do we have another touch point?
We have another touch point as we start to develop the strategy work, and we will continue to bring things forward to you on a case-by-case basis. It's absolutely in administration's best interest as well to continue to preserve heritage properties in our city. And if there's something that comes to our attention that needs to be brought to council for approval, we absolutely will commit to do that as we work through this. Our recommendation is the funding of the heritage strategy work in the longer term, and then for us to look at things case by case as we go forward and continue to work on things like the endowment funds the endowment fund that we're working on right now, as well as other tools.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. And just to clean things up, I'll withdraw the motion that I put on the floor. Councillor Stevenson, you're next.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's really exciting to hear about the work that is happening through the Heritage Program, and I think definitely hearing a lot of positive feedback in terms of the grant. I'm particularly excited about the work that you'll be doing to bring the climate lens to that work, and look forward to what's upcoming there. I did really want to dig into the issue of taxation and the taxation tools that we have at our disposal. I'm just sensing just so much resistance and hesitancy to look at some of these tools, and I think I'm just really struggling with some of the ways that things have been presented and discussed, and just want to dig in to make sure that my understanding is really clear. So So there was conversation about, the impact of shifting tax burden onto other properties. And I'm wondering if it could just be explained in terms of whether the financial impact to residents of Edmonton differs, whether that is grant money going out or money not collected. I'm just not clear why those two approaches to managing our revenues and expenditures translate to differences on people's tax bills.
Yeah, and I'll let the tax groups speak to the details of that, Councillor Stevenson. But to just be very clear from one of my previous answers, the taxation group is absolutely trying to find the best tools that are most transparent for Edmontonians and transparent in your decision-making processes. So perhaps, Anton, you could add more to that. Mr. Sabo, sorry.
I think Stacey will jump in here first.
Yeah, so maybe if I can jump in first. I think at its highest order, whether money is spent through a grant or money is not collected by way of taxes, it still has a financial impact that we need to be mindful of. And even in terms of things like tax lift, tax lift doesn't necessarily equate to tax revenue. And so if we provide a grant, it's very transparent where that money is going. If we provide a tax exemption, we lose some of that transparency on how that exemption is impacting other property owners. And then I'll turn it to Anton to add anything I may have missed.
So yeah, Councillor Stevenson, I think your point is absolutely sound, which is that there's an equivalency there in terms of either money not collected or money collected and spent. But then our point would be, given that equivalency, there's a lot of other concerns we have with the tax tool, as Stacey outlined, as well as the conversation we have about transparency. And I've just put a finer point on that one. As it stands, property tax is not a well understood tool, and it creates challenges for the city's reputation. Now, adding additional subclassing and exemptions, things along those lines, can reduce the public understanding and therefore confidence in the tax system as well. So beyond the other points that we made, we just see the grant tool in that transparency saying, look, this is someone that's a priority. Council identify as important. Let's put the appropriate amount of resourcing towards it. And the benefit is received in the same kind of way without the additional complications of an exemption tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and certainly, that piece around the clarity and trust is a really important one. But I just want to go back to, again, when we talk about shifting the tax burden, again, I'm just not seeing how that's the case. Again, when we're talking about the equivalency of collecting versus spending, I'm just wondering sort of the basis of that statement.
So if a property were to receive, say, a grant to designate, there's several options there. Either that property effectively doesn't really change in property value, and it's just, and the property value again is going to be based off of what kind of rent that building receives. So does the rent really significantly increase? Does the amount of profitability that building can produce increase? If it doesn't, then really there's no change in rents. And the moment you put an exemption in place, now all you're really doing is giving the benefit of not getting the tax increases over time. If it does increase in value, right, then we would have collected additional revenue. We provided a grant, they uplifted the property value. We would have received additional revenue from that property. And now we're saying that revenue is no longer to be collected. Now, under normal just property tax approach, just pure changes in value actually don't even impact the amount of revenue we collect. So we're actually taking revenue off what we would otherwise be budgeting, and it would be pushed onto other property owners, because at the end of the day, we'll always collect what council requires for their budget.
Sure, I'll come around for another round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. As far as I understand this, Mr. Sabo, as soon as someone's paying less, everyone else is making up for the difference.
That's the general principle for exemptions.
Yeah. Okay. It brings to mind the great debate of charging suburbs for daring to believe that the city was being developed in a sustainable way. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Okay. So, but as to moving forward, understanding that we have a resource discussion coming up right after this, Just a little guidance, maybe. Would it be better to put this on the floor for receipt of information, understanding that the work already exists and we can refer back to it if need be, or what would be the best approach here?
I just wonder if it'd be possible, Madam Chair, if I could just respond to that. It's Aileen Giesbrecht, the city clerk, and I think there's been a lot of...
No, please do. Sorry, that was sort of I should have mentioned that my question was for the clerks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Paquette, and it's been a really robust conversation this morning. I think there's been a lot of great information that's been shared, and as Ms. McCabe has indicated, there's a lot of work that we still need to do. I do wonder if these reports were received for information, perhaps it would be an opportunity for us to reconnect with legal services, the planning team, as well as financial services, and we can bring an update when we have more information ready for committee. And just to confirm again, as Mr. Ashmore said, the bylaw that has been presented for information is for information only. It's not actually ready to go up to council at this time. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I would move that we receive this for information, understanding that the body of work is there and that it can be further developed.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. There's still other questions. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks. Just following from the previous conversation. So I'm hearing, Councillor Paquette put it well, if one property pays less, another property is going to be paying more. But if we spend more through grants, that the other properties will also have to pay more too, right?
That's correct. I would just say that it's more transparent through a grant program, who's paying and how it's impacting your tax bill, than it is through an exemption.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of comes to a question that I feel we didn't get to in the report, is just looking at those different ways of exempting people from taxes. So whether that is, a tax exemption, so actually exempting, or looking at the tax subclasses, because I think there's a greater clarity there as well, right? People can look at the percentages, can understand the rates applied to different subclasses. So I'm just wondering again, I feel like there wasn't, I didn't understand the relative merits compared to each other, because I think what I read in the report was different ways of doing tax exemptions compared to not doing tax exemptions, doing sort of that comparison, but kind of missing some of that finer grain about looking at the different ways we could shift taxes compared to each other. So for example, understanding that the tax exemption, as it's set out in the draft bylaw right now, is going to require this whole new committee of council. My understanding would be if we actually went the route of tax subclasses, we would avoid that by staying within the existing assessment review board structure. Is that the case?
So just to be clear, Councillor, it would also only be able to apply to residential properties. We cannot create a subclass for non-residential properties as the legislation currently stands. It would go through that board, but I think our point would be you could avoid the boards entirely if you had a grant program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a really helpful clarification in terms of the residential and the non-residential. So looking at, the tax subclass is just in no way available for any non-residential property.
For heritage designation, correct.
So
there are limited non-residential subclasses within the legislation that we do have access to, but they wouldn't apply in the conversation we're having today.
But they could potentially apply, for example, we've talked about sort of the concern around the lack of maintenance on some of the buildings. So I believe that there is a non-residential tax subclass that would apply to sort of like vacant or derelict properties. Is that correct?
Cam Ashmore to speak to it a little bit further.
Councillor, yes, you're right. That particular subclass, though, has some additional requirements on it. Including that the property, I believe the legislation says, and I'll have to double check this, must be vacant for a minimum period of 1 year, which creates a challenge on enforcing that aspect of the subclass. So it's there, it's not particularly useful because of the way the legislation has outlined these additional requirements.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that, having to do a check a year apart in terms of the vacancy. But again, these are tools, and they are imperfect tools, but they're the tools that are available to us. And I think looking to see how they can be workable for the purposes that we want to achieve. And, I know we have another conversation coming up sort of specifically around derelict and vacant properties. But, just feeling that there's a real importance in getting the maximum value we can out of the limited tools that we've been provided. I'm also just unclear around some of the complexity that's referenced. I think when it was talking about the freeze, it was sort of mentioned that a complexity there is that, there'd have to be a baseline assessment done. And then, every subsequent year, another assessment done to compare those values. But my understanding is that that happens in any case. Does it not? Is it just the fact that it's not, is it, I understand that, I guess it's property specific rather than the batch assessment, but yeah, just wanting to dig into a little bit more about why that complexity is so daunting.
If I'm Mike, Councillor Stevenson, I'm going to attempt to answer this one. As Mr. Zaba was referencing, one of the challenges we have in explaining how the property tax assessment and tax system works is that it is quite complex, and that the assessment piece and the taxation, tax levy piece are constantly in fluctuation. What we're trying to demonstrate here is when we add exemptions into that, we are adding yet another level of complexity beyond what already inherently is within that. And our concern is that we become less transparent, and that Edmontonians become less aware of how their tax dollars are being spent. Whereas if this was done on a grant approach, it is a line item, it is debated in budget, it is part of the public conversation, and it isn't kind of off the ledger in the way that an exemption would be. One other thing, just to reference your previous question about non-residential and derelict properties, is that under the current legislation, we are governed by a 5-to-1 ratio, which means that we can only tax as high as 5 times our lowest residential rate on non-residential properties, which on very low value properties actually equates to a very, very small stick tool, if that makes sense. So we will have that discussion more when we come to derelict properties, but just for your awareness around that.
Great, thanks. I'll just have a few follow-up questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much for this very lively discussion this morning. Beyond what's outlined in the reports, I've certainly learned quite a lot from our speakers and administration. But I think most of my questions have been answered. Actually, I just wanted to ask about the numbers so I can understand, and I'm referring more to 6.2. What's the scale that we're talking about? If we're ending 2021 on the realm of 4 million in the reserve for the grant, and by 2022 we're aiming for around 2 million. Assuming that I'm guessing that means this program is highly subscribed. And then do we replenish the reserve 2.3 million every year?
Mr. Ash, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Okay, so currently we have 4 million in the reserve but much of that money is committed to previous designations, and they just haven't completed their work. So the reserve balance is higher now than it oftentimes is because a lot of projects have been delayed during the pandemic and the like. So that speaks to the 4 million in the reserve. In regards to how much we get annually, we get 2.3 annually, and we will be continuing to get that until I believe it is 2028, at which point it will be reduced by about $800,000 at that time.
I see. Go ahead.
420,000 of that 2.3 million goes directly to the Molson Brewery, and we're committed to providing them that funding through to 2028.
Right, gotcha. And so whether it's grant or tax exemption and some of these other tools, I guess the magnitude of the funding is kind of in that realm of like 2 to 4 million. Is that right?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again? I just want to make sure I understand it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering how much money are we working with here, and if we introduce other tools, do we augment kind of that pool, or is this sort of relatively the same, and we're just using different methods of deploying that funding?
So, okay, I can speak to this. I mean, I think we designate about 6 properties annually, with approximately 3 residential, 3 commercial annually. There's a slight trend towards growth, and we're projecting that to continue. We're kind of reaching the limit of what we can achieve at that amount. With our annual contribution to the reserve. If we were to go away next year and do the strategy work, and as part of that work, we were to consider expanding the grant program, either providing more, like raising the cap on commercial properties, considering other grant streams, or expanding the scope of eligible work, we would likely need to return with an ask to increase that annual commitment to the reserve to strengthen the grant program, if that responds to your question.
Maybe Councilor Tang, if I could just quickly jump in there to say that that money that is being discussed here is committed for the grant program alone. So what's being discussed in terms of exemptions would be in addition to that amount that's already being designated. And so what we're saying, right, as part of our conversation is, whatever that number is, if the concern is the grant is not sufficient, then we can have that conversation about increasing the grant as well.
Yeah, I guess some of these tools, like even something I think Endowment came up a few times, it takes some time for that money to even be deployed because it needs to grow first. And I can just see that being very capital heavy upfront. And I was curious on that line of questioning around the 500K cap and, the 6 designation last year, how many of those were reaching that cap?
I believe that last year we only had 1 project that reached that cap, the Strathcona Garage. So
yeah, and I also just, you had mentioned that anything kind of under 500K is only approved through administration and does not need, further approval, right?
Technically, yes, but the reality is because we need council's approval of the designation bylaw, we bring the bylaw and the rehabilitation incentive agreement to council for approval.
Okay.
It's not technically required, but we do it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And a reminder, there's a motion to receive this for information on the table. Councillor Stevenson, you have additional questions about the motion on the floor?
Not directly related to the motion on the floor, and if that's the only appropriate thing to ask about right now, then I can hold off. Can you remind me what the motion is? Sorry, just to receive for information, no further action?
No further action at this time. I understand administration is going to be bringing this back when they have a little bit more on the legislative side for further committee or council discussion to discuss which option, if any options, we wish to proceed with.
Okay, so there'll be a follow-up report in the absence of us directing it to be so.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe just on that, in terms of accepting for information, I think other information that would help inform future conversations would be some of that discussion around just what was spoken about right now in terms of the clarity and how people interpret and respond to different taxation regimes. Because I think in my mind, again, I appreciate the complexity. We don't want to make it confusing for folks in terms of understanding how their taxes are calculated. But I think there's a real clarity if people are looking at different taxation subclasses. I know this is for this is for residential. But saying, oh, hey, if I had a green building, if I had an energy efficient building, I would be paying lower taxes. Oh, and if I chose to designate my property, I'd be paying lower taxes. Like, I think the subclasses could actually provide some of that clarity. So just wondering if administration can work to bring some of that, the psychology pieces into the conversation in terms of research that has been done in terms of how people understand and respond to different tax behavior incentives. Again, it's the people like avoiding a cost more than they like getting a benefit, is my memory of some of the reading that I've done. So saving on taxes, getting a break on your taxes has a different motivation than getting a grant. So curious if some of that could be brought into the conversation.
At this point, Councillor, I don't think we're looking in depth, but I understand your point that you're making in terms of how do we market these programs and how are they then in turn interpreted by Edmontonians. I think at a very high level through the growth management framework, we can explore that question at a very high level. And then if there was any more work that you needed, I would suggest that would be a body of work that council would have to motion for administration to look at more deeply.
Great. And just a small technical question in I think it was the 6.2 before receiving from, we talked about, it mentions needing to compensate. So if we sort of designate without landowner permission, having to compensate. And again, so the required compensation can be significant. Could you, is that compensation based on the as-is use or the highest and best use of the property?
I would need somebody to answer that.
Yeah, I think Veronica, you're on the line. I think you would be most appropriate to address that.
Correct. Good afternoon or good morning still, committee. So in terms of the compensation piece, we don't have any good case law in Alberta, so no decisions, from the courts or the board specifically on this. But the way that the Act is, currently written, we anticipate that compensation could be fairly significant because we would be looking at what is the potential highest and best use of the property compared to what is it restricted to its use based on the existing development situated on the property itself.
But but there's no legislative requirement for us to look at highest and best use, is there?
Well, in terms of the compensation that the Act that I think an owner would be entitled to is that would be potentially the argument of this property could be developed to something significantly greater than what is existing there.
And just so I understand, I know they're not quite the same mechanism, but with expropriation, again, is that as is value or highest and best? I guess I feel like this idea of, again, if we're really committed to these projects, I think we want to have as many options as possible. And I think sometimes we get scared off of the proactive designation. And I'm struggling with why we always assume that compensation is going to be so significant.
In the expropriation context, certainly there are other factors that are looked at, in terms of like damages that an owner would be entitled to. So those are typically, they're not included in the historic resources compensation provisions, but I think, absent having decisions to specifically look at, I think, we're faced with having to assess what the loss or potential restrictions on development, what that means to the owner of that property. And so, given the potential to develop a property, to significantly greater density or what have you, that could, certainly impact the compensation that they would be entitled to in the historic resources aspect.
Yeah, and Yeah, and I guess it just seems that
Sorry, Councillor.
potential is not necessarily always significant, I guess, depending on the location. But I know I'm over time. Thank you so much for the answers. Definitely ongoing conversations to be had along other topics as well, but really appreciate the dialogue and the discussion. So thank you. And thanks to committee for putting up with me.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Councillor Paquette did put a motion on the floor to receive this for information, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to revisit this. I love the enthusiasm around preserving our heritage properties, both from members of our community and also from members of council and committee, as well as administration. So without speaking to it, there's a vote on the floor. Please vote to receive this for information.
We're just missing one vote. Councillor Paquette?
Yep, just intense anticipation of it showing up. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Wonderful, and that is carried. And that takes us to just before noon here.
If I could,
yes.
Madam Clerk, we do also have 6-2 as a receipt for information.
Yes, would a member of committee move that too, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And the vote is up. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And thank you for that reminder, Madam Clerk. That was carried. So we're just before noon here, and so it wouldn't be prudent to start on our item 6.3. So we'll come back at 1:30 for that, with presentation from administration and then hearing from speakers. So we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am just logging into our system here, and we will be ready to call to order in just a moment. All right, it is 1:30. I'm going to call Urban Planning Committee back to order here. I'll just do a quick roll call to make sure that our committee members have returned. Councillor Paquette. Well, I can see him in the meeting, but we can't hear him yet. Councillor Salvador. I'm not hearing her either. How about Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Hello. So we don't have quorum yet. But I do see Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette. There you are.
Here I am.
Wonderful. Councillor Stevenson.
Hi there.
Hi. Councillor Salvador, are you with us yet?
Yes, I am.
Marvelous. Going down the list here, Councillor Rutherford. She may have stepped away. I'm not going to put her on the spot. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright.
Hello, good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hi everyone.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I see you joined us this morning as well, and I missed you then. So if I missed anyone, please say hello. But of course, these meetings are open to the public, so we have quite a few people joining us, both virtually in this meeting and on YouTube. So with that, I'm just going to check with Madam Clerk to see if we've had any additional registrations for speakers. Nope, none at all. So with that, we'll get to 6.3 and a presentation from administration.
Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee. This item responds to a motion made by Urban Planning Committee in June of 2021 in relation to looking at a citywide heritage strategy as well as heritage zoning in the Glenora neighborhood. With me today is the Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, Kent Schneider, and Senior Planner Eric Backstrom, and we also have our entire team of heritage planners here to answer any questions you might have. Kent, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We do have a slide deck. I'm not seeing it. I'm not sure if it's up yet, but I'll start and hopefully it catches up. So thank you. Slide 2 then, please. Heritage planning is a necessary function for a city dedicated to enhancing its identity and attractiveness. Edmonton's heritage program was first established in 1980 as the city grappled with the proposed demolition of the Tagler building, Edmonton's grandest example of Edwardian commercial architecture and a cornerstone of downtown. While the Tagler building was eventually demolished in 1982, the episode helped establish heritage preservation as a significant priority for Edmontonians and entrenched the city's active role in the management of the built heritage. Over the last 40 years, the program has evolved and adapted in pursuit of this mission. Significant milestones, as can be seen on the slide, include the establishment of the Register and Inventory of Historic Resources in 1984, the approval of city policy, which formalized the city's approach of providing incentives through grants to encourage designation, the development of the first Historic Resource Management Plan in 1995, which helped provide the strategic vision for built heritage management, and as well the establishment of the Heritage Reserve in 1995, which provided the secure funding source to incentivize the heritage designations. The program made its first addition to the Register of Historic Resources in 1985 with the designation of the Hotel Macdonald, In the intervening period, the register has expanded to include almost 170 properties and continues to grow annually. Over the life of the program, it has dispersed nearly 18 million in grants to incentivize the designation of historic resources in our community. Next slide, please. Council's ongoing support for the program's direction is evident, as annual funding has grown from 800,000 in 2014 to 2.3 million last year. Over the last decade, however, the scale and complexity of the projects supported by the program have increased, with projects like the Molson Brewery, the Kelly Ramsey Building, and the Strathcona Hotel, as you can see on the slide. Bigger, more complex rehabilitation projects, combined with increased construction costs and increased interest in the program, have stretched the program and the resources necessary to support it. Next slide, please. Last month, the Office of the City Auditor presented its findings of an audit of the Heritage Program to the Audit Committee. While the findings determined that the program is generally effective, the audit did determine that the program's guiding policy documents, the Historic Resource Management Plan, and its related policy, C450B, should be refreshed. The heritage and planning landscape has transformed significantly since the Historic Resource Management Plan was last updated in 2009. Some of the transformational elements that have occurred over the last decade in some include new stakeholder and advocacy groups, including the Edmonton Heritage Council and Heritage Forward, social movements that have changed the lens through which we view our past. The Heritage Program has historically focused on buildings from Edmonton's colonial period. We're excited to explore how an updated Heritage Program can reflect a wider lens of Edmonton's history and recognize the contributions of currently underrepresented and marginalized people, places, and cultures. The increased focus of Edmonton's efforts in addressing climate change and an understanding of the role that preserving heritage can play in helping us meet our carbon reduction targets. And lastly, we have a new guiding municipal development plan, the city plan, which sets a new vision for a rebuildable city that can accommodate 1 million more residents. And many of these residents will be welcomed into established neighborhoods where the majority of our heritage buildings, properties are located. Next slide, please. The city plan establishes a target of 50% of the new units to be accommodated through infill over the life of the plan. The city plan also calls on us to promote Edmonton's history and encourage a sense of local identity by preserving and enhancing heritage. Herein lies an inherent tension. Our goals related to infill and heritage preservation need to be balanced and complementary. A new historic resource management plan would help us align our heritage strategy with the city building outcomes desired, contained in the city plan. This work is part of implementing the city plan and will enable administration to evolve our heritage program in response to the transformed landscape. So I'll now hand it off to Senior Planner Eric Backstrom, who's going to go into a little bit more detail of the heritage management strategy proposed. Eric?
Thank you. Next slide, please. Subject to funding, preparation of this new historic resource management plan will begin in 2023. It will take about 18 months and involve best practice research, determination of community values related to heritage, assessment of the local heritage ecosystem, policy development in alignment with the city plan, and stakeholder and public engagement. The cost is estimated to be $420,000 plus an additional permanent FTE to manage the growth of the program's workload. Next slide. In June of 2021, Urban Planning Committee directed that the Glenora Heritage Character Area rezoning project be paused. While a new historic resource management plan is prepared, the Glenora project will remain paused to focus on our strategic documents, ensure that they align with the city plan, better reflect our diverse history, and identify priorities for future changes to the program. Next slide, please. The recommendation in this report is that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration as part of the 2023 to 26 budget process to fund preparation of a new historic resource management plan as outlined in attachment 2 of this report. Next slide. Heritage isn't static. It evolves over time with changing ideas about how we understand and interpret the past. The broader, more inclusive view of Edmonton's heritage that will emerge from the new historic resource management plan will increase meaning and belonging for more Edmontonians and better capture the stories of Edmonton's diverse communities. It will also identify trade-offs and potential mitigations to balance the heritage preservation and infill redevelopment goals contained in the city plan. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you for that presentation. Now, before we get to questions of administration, we do have some speakers. So I'll now do a roll call, and I believe most of you were here this morning, but I'll just maybe briefly reiterate the rules after I confirm your attendance. So number one, we had Jarrett Campbell. I understand Jarrett Campbell has now withdrawn his wish to speak. Dominic Schumann.
Dominic has indicated he will be joining the meet a little bit late, so he should be online soon.
Okay, we can perhaps sort of hold a space for him. Christine Lefebvre.
Here.
Thank you for joining us. David Percy. Oh, I'm not hearing him. I'll maybe check again in a bit. Barbara Finlay.
I'm here.
Oh, goodness.
It's David Percy. I am here. My mic was off.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Percy. Robert Hobson.
I am here. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Lynn Odinsky.
I am here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Mariah Samji.
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll go back to see if Dominic Schumann has joined the meet yet. Then I will just hold space for him at the end of the speakers. So I'll start with you, Ms. Lefebvre. And now to reiterate, since some of you might not be familiar with the rules, you get 5 minutes to speak. There is a timer that the clerks are broadcasting. They've just put that up there. And then you're going to speak as a panel. So we're going to hear from all the speakers, and then members of committee and members of council will have an opportunity to ask questions of you. I understand you might have a question, Ms. Finlay. If you could turn down your speaker in the back, that feedback is caused usually if you're listening or watching on YouTube or something, or you have another speaker that's broadcasting sound, it will create that feedback. So as maybe I'll get to what I'm going to assume is a process question shortly, but you each get 5 minutes. There is a timer on the screen there to watch, and then members of committee and council will have an opportunity to ask questions of you. And I think that is all. But if you do have technical difficulties, you can reach out to the clerks. And the other thing I was going to mention was, if you're not speaking, I know that we all are guilty of this at some point or another, but please remember to mute yourselves. We can do it inside the chambers here, but that should be your fail-safe, not your first line of defense, so to speak. Ms. Finlay, did you have a process question here?
Can you hear me now? That's causing a problem.
All right, so perhaps we'll just leave you muted for now. You're not speaking. You're fourth in line to speak, so you can call the clerks and perhaps work through some of the technical challenges you might be facing. And we'll start with Ms. Lefebvre right away here. So Ms. Lefebvre, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here today to ask the Urban Planning Committee to unpause the DC1 zoning for Glenora. It was paused just as broad-based consultation with Edmontonians was about to commence. The Urban Planning Committee abruptly ended this process with a vaguely defined aspiration to create a citywide plan in some undetermined future, even though most of the work on this DC1's already been completed. This delay will be costly for Edmontonians as there's an urgent need to preserve and protect built history, which is under increased pressures from development. Whether it was the destruction of the El Mirador apartments or the university ring houses, Edmontonians recognize that heritage preservation is an integral contributor to our social, cultural, economic, and environmental well-being. I'm intrigued and hopeful today to see how these mostly new council members will respond to their first efforts to address heritage concerns in neighborhoods. Since 2015-2017 Luxton report, Glenora has seen over a dozen of the indicated inventoried houses demolished, along with countless trees and landscaping. Moreover, some of the newer buildings that have stretched construction to the property line to gain every square inch for development, the boulevard trees are dying a slow death due to their root systems being compromised. Edmontonians visit Glenora to walk and cycle around the neighborhood. They love our mature landscaping, large boulevard trees that provide shade and home for urban wildlife, the human scale of the architecture, irregular lot shapes, and curvilinear streets that all make for pleasant interactions and social connection. The Alexander Circle is a popular destination for all Edmontonians, whether you're an Edmonton power couple having your marriage officiated by Rachel Notley, or just a family having an impromptu picnic. It's a familiar and cherished spot. One of the main tenets of the new city plan includes preservation and being greener as we grow. Quote, in a livable city, livability and sustainability do not compete. They thrive in concert. We will use growth to spark sustainable design and conscious decision-making. We can still grow to a city of 2 million without dumping architectural waste in the landfill and destroying our urban forest. As a working group participant, I believe the DC1 we were working on was aspirational and inclusive, which provided opportunities to increase density in a thoughtful way, which complemented the 3 Glenora character areas. James Haney and his team created a blueprint for sustainable growth, which was sensitive and timely. By taking the opportunity to move forward with the DC1, it gives council the opportunity to view responses from a broader array of Edmontonians, which could be used to inform future heritage zoning for the entire city. Consider that the 2021's most prestigious architectural prize, the Pritzker Prize, went to the French architects Anne Laqueton and Jean-Philippe Vassal, whose 30-year philosophy has been, never demolish, never remove or replace, always add, transform, and reuse. Ms. Laqueton adds, there's a lot of violence in architecture and urbanism. We try to be precise. We try to work with kindness. In short, we need to resist the disposable mentality currently being advocated by developers looking for a quick and profitable turnaround. We need to view our older buildings and structures as assets rather than a hindrance to growth. Clearing available lots of all their mature landscaping and large trees is not sustainable. We cannot plant 1 million more trees and reach our climate objectives if all we're doing is replacing the ones we've ripped out. We cannot look to our built history as an antiquated link to a colonial past that necessarily needs to be torn down, but a living reminder of the stories each era confers on our future Edmonton, and as an opportunity to add, to grow, and to transform. If rehabilitating heritage structures is more expensive, this is a win for labor, because this means more work for hardworking Edmontonians. It's a win for keeping architectural materials out of the landfill. It's a win for our mature trees and landscapes that all Edmontonians can enjoy for our future. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Percy.
Thank you very much. I too was a member of the consultative group on the DC1 proposal, and I'd like to also speak against the idea that this should be paused for yet longer. A little bit of background. City Council has already spent $475,000 on heritage issues in Glenora. The city funded a heritage inventory, first of all, identifying the heritage buildings in the neighborhood. And in September 2017, City Council funded the development of a project to develop a DC1 bylaw for this neighborhood. The DC1 project began in 2018 until it was paused last June. Now, it seems to me that today, administration wishes to continue that pause. And their justification is given, we'll pause this while developing a plan to, quote, comprehensively establish heritage preservation as a citywide priority. In fact, heritage preservation is already a citywide priority in the city plan. It is one of 6 underlying principles of the city plan with the same priority and ranking as densification. The problem is that the present rules mean that in any contest, densification always wins. The city's heritage inventory at the moment consists of 950 buildings. In 2017, 127 of those buildings were located in Glenora, or roughly 14% of the entire total. Sadly, since 2017, 10 of those buildings have already been demolished. In the contest between development and heritage preservation, the score is development 10, heritage preservation 0. So there is no balance that Mr. Snyder referred to in the present situation. There are rules which allow and encourage development and densification, and there are none which limit the loss of heritage buildings. Now, if the Urban Planning Committee follows the administration advice to pause the DC1 project further, it will likely take a further 3 years to develop and implement a heritage plan. If present trends continue, there will be then 20% fewer properties in Glenora for the city to preserve at all if we continue to lose buildings at the same rate. So I suppose it's minimized the problem because there aren't as many buildings to look after. Then I'd like to address what happens if this committee decides to unpause the DC1 project. First thing is, the draft bylaw will then go through a process of public engagement, where everyone will have the opportunity to provide their input, including the development community. After the completion of that public engagement process, the draft bylaw will then be re-examined in the light of the public input, and a DC1 proposal will become before the entire City Council by the end of this year. This is the process that Council envisaged when it established the DC1 group in 2018. Why would you stop it? This way, the DC1 project can provide valuable information for the development of the heritage plan at no additional cost. The funding envelope is there and it just needs to be completed. Perhaps if we proceed this way, we may finally be able to provide a tool to really preserve heritage before it's too late. So in summary, I don't think many people were aware of how close to completion this project is. We have an entire draft DC1. It's not perfect, but public reaction and public input will change it. And at that stage, within this calendar year, our people in the Heritage Department estimate we could have a proposal which has been fully debated publicly and is then available for final decision by Council. It seems to me it's a sensible, in fact, a no-lose proposition to continue with the DC1 proposal as it now stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Percy. Ms. Finlay, have we gotten your audio issues resolved?
I don't know. How do I sound?
Fabulous. All right. You have 5 minutes.
The problem is, before this starts, I was to do the introduction. That's why I was trying to interject. So what I'm going to say is going to be a little out of sync with the 2 comments that you've heard now, but I'll proceed, I guess. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Urban Planning Committee. My name is Barbara Finlay, and I'm a member of the community committee that engaged with the team from the City of Edmonton to work on the Glenora Heritage Character Area zoning provision. This Glenora Heritage Character Area rezoning initiative arose out of the report by a highly regarded Canadian heritage consultant that was published by the City of Edmonton in 2017, in which the establishment of 3 distinct heritage conservation areas was proposed, and well over 100 properties were added to the city's inventory of historic resources. The 2,000-page plus report documented the historical importance of this area to the City of Edmonton, as it represents, as David Percy has pointed out, about 14% of the properties on the inventory of historic resources. With this information in 2018, the Urban Planning Committee voted unanimously to support the request for funding to develop zoning that would provide for preservation of this heritage asset, while regulating new development that would not diminish the historical characteristics of the neighborhood. And in the last quarter of 2018, City Council voted to fund the undertaking. Community members engaged with a team from the City of Edmonton to write the Glenora Heritage Character Rezoning in alignment with the city plan, which recognizes heritage as a key value and informed how density could be incorporated into redevelopment opportunities. To be able to complete this work is critical before further erosion of the character of this unique area in the city occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finlay, and my apologies for not being able to amend the order earlier. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Once again, I'm Robert Hobson, Chair of the Edmonton Heritage Council. We're an organization that sees our work shaped by the national and international conversation on heritage reset, which is redefining and expanding dated perspectives on heritage practice and interest towards supporting greater economic, social, and cultural development. We're interested in questions like, how can we better align heritage conservation to be useful and meaningful to a broader public, including diverse communities, the next generation, and those who've experienced barriers to accessing heritage? And many of our programs probe deeply into the experiences of First Nations, marginalized communities, and immigrants, so that we are developing a knowledge of a new set of values that has animated the doubling of the populations that's happened since the Heritage Management Plan started 40 years ago. We have over 500,000 more people in Edmonton than were here when the first management plan was done. So we have new values, and those new values, I think, if we go on with the updating of the Heritage Management Plan and really ask ourselves what is heritage in Edmonton, we'll broaden our definition beyond the built fabric that has been in the inventory to date. And for example, we will look at, I think, public interest in natural areas, heritage trees, commemorative sites, cultural landscapes, virtual heritage, interpretive opportunities, viewscapes, and so forth. And I think we will learn that there are things people value in every neighborhood of the city. Those things aren't necessarily over 50 years old. They aren't necessarily buildings. They're characteristics and qualities that people come to value. And we will need a whole variety of tools to deal with them, not just the designation process that we have, but other tools as well. And I think those tools will come from other aspects of the city plan. Others have spoken to the climate change component of heritage, for example, and there are many other aspects that I think fit very well into a new framework. One of the things that we would like to see is a look at some opportunities and threats to a sample of sites on the existing registry to evaluate the level of urgency and applicability of management tools. We'd like to see that written into the terms of reference for the upgraded work. So we are very supportive. We see new values being developed in the community, and that I think will lead to some surprising new heritage resources being available in the community that will resonate with the 500,000 people that weren't here 40 years ago. Now, having said that, listening to the discussion this morning, we certainly feel that existing programs need to continue and to be expanded. And in my last minute and a half here, I'll just say a word about Glenora. The Heritage Council doesn't have a position on this. It's just my personal view as a heritage planner, having worked with Don Luxton in other places. He's provided a very useful report. And there's no reason in my mind why we can't do these things in tandem. I sense that perhaps it was put on pause because of a concern that Glenora wouldn't take its share of densification. And I would just say that densification can look different in different parts of the city. Glenora can contribute to densification in the appropriate places and still maintain its inventory of heritage areas. So I think a little imagination would allow these processes to go on together. Leaving Glenora for another 2, maybe 3 years, I think would put much greater pressure on heritage resources that are here and really be unfortunate given the amount of work that's been done to date. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Ms. Odinsky.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Lynn Odinsky, and I too am speaking to you today as a member of the Community Advisory Committee for the Glenora Heritage Rezoning Project to ask you to unpause this draft bylaw. What I want to talk to you today is about how we got where we are in this situation where we have what is a draft bylaw that hasn't gone out to the public for consultation, and a decision that was made abruptly and without notice to block this public engagement process from proceeding. This took place in spite of clear direction from 2 subsequent city councils to fund the Glenora inventory and to develop a draft zoning bylaw that would not only enable redevelopment, but also preservation and enhancement of this historic, intact, and highly regarded example of the Garden City suburb. Without such zoning, redevelopment can and will continue to proceed unfettered by any requirement to preserve the heritage and value of this community. Meanwhile, Edmonton taxpayers are left to foot upwards of $500,000 bill without ever having had the opportunity to see the proposed bylaw, let alone review and comment on it. Preventing this public engagement process from going ahead is at best anti-democratic. And at worst, it will undeniably result in the continued and rapid loss of the heritage character of this historic community. Heritage is a public good. To continue to deny the public the opportunity to comment on this proposed bylaw does not serve the public interest. Rather, it serves the private interests of those who stand to profit from redevelopment in this community without consideration of its historic value. We simply cannot wait another 3 or 4 years before the public is brought into this discussion. Furthermore, Edmonton taxpayers simply cannot afford to waste almost $500,000 on a project that has now effectively vanished into the ether. We simply must recognize that Edmonton is a community in this, that Glenora is a community in the city of Edmonton, and all Edmontonians have a vested interest in what takes place here. We respectfully ask that you unpause this project so that the public engagement process can begin and all Edmonton citizens can participate in the crucial discussion of how to enable redevelopment in this historic community while at the same time preserving and enhancing its heritage character. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Samji.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and Council here today. My name is Mariah Samji, and I am the Executive Director of the nonprofit Infill Development in Edmonton Association. Today is an exciting day because we are here talking about one of the key steps in achieving the implementation of the city plan. As you may have read for our letter sent to you last week, IDEA is in full support of the creation of a citywide new heritage resource management plan. Currently, the City of Edmonton does not have an up-to-date resource heritage management plan in which we can evaluate our heritage resources and strategically determine what we value, why, and where. There are 3 reasons we would like to highlight for you today as you weigh your decisions. The first is the need for equity and representation of our historic preservation and resources distributed. As administrated states in Report 6.1, 2, and 3 today that was shared with you, the city's inventory and registry of historic resources does not reflect the broad spectrum of Edmonton's diversity. For example, people of color, Indigenous communities, including gender minorities and intersectional identities whose heritage is more intangible, are underrepresented. The lack of diversity can and should be addressed through the new Heritage Resource Management Plan. The second is city plan implementation. The city plan calls for us to both preserve our heritage as well as to achieve 50% of new growth in our mature neighborhoods. City stakeholders, including community and industry, require clarity of how to balance these 2 seemingly competing priorities. The new Heritage Resource Management Plan will help to achieve that clarity and allow us to successfully achieve both objectives with far less friction. Third is the need for citywide public engagement and a citywide solution. All Edmontonians deserve the opportunity to be engaged in determining heritage priorities. The city belongs to all of us. Previous heritage work conducted via the Glenora Direct Control Zone had limited engagement to one portion of a community. This resulted in a draft tool that restricted new, modest multi-unit housing, as well as repurposing and adaptive reuse of existing buildings. This has been an effective tool in other municipalities around Canada. You can see this in municipalities such as Vancouver, where historic homes have 1 or 2 or 3 units inside of them, but look like one home from the outside. We ask that the existing work be encompassed into a new, more comprehensive citywide heritage resource management plan, which will prioritize equity inclusion and will balance our diverse histories. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from IDEA today, and thank you to administration for all their work.
Thank you, Ms. Samji. And Mr. Shamuna, have you been able to join us yet?
I have, yes.
Wonderful. Well, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. As was discussed at the audit committee meeting in December, there are high expectations for the Heritage Unit, and the program has limited resources. For example, I think as we've heard in discussion today, there are only 2 planners, and they do absolutely great work, and they've achieved many successes. But with the increased interest and significant growth of the program over the past 20 years, there hasn't been a resulting increase in staff resources. And the reality is that each year we lose many heritage resources to demolition. This is an issue that requires priority action from the city. Going forward, we want Edmonton to have a modern, inclusive approach to heritage. As we grow as a city, we do not see increased density being in opposition to the preservation of built heritage, but we need an updated strategy to guide that work. The city plan is already impacting decisions and policies in the city, and it's important that we have a heritage resource management strategy to complement and support this work across the city. For several years now, we have been calling on the city to update these guiding documents. However, if, as proposed, this update goes according to schedule, it will still be more than 2 years to completion. That is why, as outlined in our letter to all of Council yesterday, we encourage this timeline to be moved up and work to commence as soon as possible. Many things have changed in the 13 years since the plan was developed, not least of which is the adoption of the city plan. There's increased interest and reflection on our history and that demands an up-to-date approach guided by an up-to-date strategy. We also believe that a modern and inclusive approach is not solely focused on built heritage, but also includes the cultural landscapes, stories, and shared histories that have taken place in our city. We're in support of broad community engagement, and at the Historical Board, we look forward to a deeper, meaningful conversation about our history and the reflection that it brings on our heritage. We believe the updated Heritage Resource Management Strategy will have a meaningful impact, and I'll end again by reiterating our support for an expedition of this process. As always, we're grateful for the opportunity to join you and to speak on these important issues, and I look forward to any questions that Council may have.
Thank you. So we'll now open the speakers queue, but Councillor Paquette, you selected this, so I'll see if you have any questions first.
Nope.
All right, great. Just thought I'd check. I see Councillor Knack on the board. I'm going to see if there's any members of committee first, and it's not happening, so I'll go, oh, there, Councillor Salvador. I'm not trying to put off Councillor Knack, but there is a priority for sitting members of committee. So Councillor Salvador, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the delays. Too many screens. But I guess to Mr. Percy, potentially Ms. Finlay as well. I guess one of the questions that I had, recognizing there's absolutely some beautiful and valuable historic resources in Glenora. I know that it was mentioned in the report, only 3 of 104 qualifying properties have been designated so far. If you could just speak to, I guess, what some of the barriers are for that channel, if that's all right.
It's true that only a handful of properties have been designated because that requires the consent of the owner. However, we have to say that during the course of the inventory and the DC1 project, many more people became interested in the idea of designation because of the possibility that the overall feel of the neighborhood might be maintained. So I think it led to that increase in interest, and it's a very big step for a couple or whoever owns a home to take the step to designation. And they're often perceived, and I haven't tried this because mine is not a heritage house, they're often perceived to be very few benefits for it, some assistance with maintaining heritage features, and of course it does in the future to some people perhaps limit the attractiveness of their property for sale.
Okay, and Ms. Finlay, anything to add to that?
I do. This morning in the discussion, it was mentioned that many people invest heavily in their property. And I would say many homeowners in Glenora have certainly done that. They have tried to be extremely respectful when it comes to not only maintaining but renovating their homes with a view to what is appropriate from a heritage perspective. And that's often a very expensive thing to do. Edmonton doesn't have a big cadre of people, of tradespeople that are often comfortable working in an older home. I'll speak personally. We've invested a tremendous amount in our home. And an example is 4 years ago, we spent many thousands of dollars to strip paint off of some Indiana limestone on the front of our house. I don't even know if people have noticed that that's what we've done, but I wanted to take it back to what had been original. And so because I think people do feel stewards of their property who take pride in the fact that that they live in a home that they want to pass on to the next generation. They certainly people like us have invested money. We haven't gone the route yet to designate because the amount of money that is provided by the Heritage Program right now doesn't go very far sometimes in a heritage home. And I think that given the funding that the department or the unit seems to have, if a number of us applied for designation, there might not even be enough money there. So funding that program properly, and I think maybe more community engagement. One of the things we've talked about as an association is perhaps having some kind of an open house where we promote the idea of designation. But I do think many people feel very committed to the stewardship and probably haven't gone that route because they know there's other legalities involved. Like the city puts a caveat then on your property, and so I don't think that that's necessarily a deterrent, but it's certainly something that we could educate our community about. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and I appreciate both of your answers. I don't have much time, so I'll probably come around again. But again, thank you for being with us today. I really appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate everyone coming today. I had a chance to speak with many of the residents from Glenora yesterday, so I don't have any questions for them. But Ms. Samji, I wanted to ask one question of you, and I think you touched on it a bit in your closing comments, and we also heard it from, I think, Mr. Hobson in his remarks. But what I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the concern is not with the preservation of the built form. Concern was with with your view that it was going to restrict the level of density that could occur. So I think I heard you say that there are single family homes or homes that look like a single family home that can contain many units within it. We see that in other jurisdictions that have done that. And is that what you would hope to see in order to be able to preserve the heritage, but also have that ability to do densification, or is that an oversimplification of it?
So I think the citywide strategy could encompass that as one of the tools that we use. Currently, as it stands, the direct control zone that was proposed limited that and limited all other types of densification for the most part in that neighborhood. It also put on to residents that weren't consulted an overlay or a direct control, which limits their ability to do things with their property, which then they would sell to a developer or they would have to rezone themselves to be able to do something. So we're creating extra red tape for them. As well as this direct control zone was put together with very limited engagement. As we saw last spring, a family member came the public hearing after and said, hey, we have our own home in Glenora. It's been a home that's been passed on by our parents. We are two working professionals and we can't afford the updates to keep our home even livable. And so that was a really heartbreaking story, which I think was a direct impact to what was being proposed. And so I'm hoping that we can create tools citywide to help not only Glenora, but other neighborhoods as we move forward in our historic resource plan.
So and again, correct me if I'm interpreting wrong on this, but so I've drafted a motion, and hopefully the committee will choose to debate it. But essentially says to unpause the work, but ensure that the remainder of the work is really matching what's within the city plan, so as to not restrict the density. We want to have the preservation of the heritage aspects, but we don't need to restrict that density. So in my mind, that helps address the major issue. But I wanted to get your take on that, because my worry, frankly, is that waiting 3 years, we're going to get the exact same outcome. We know what the outcome is. Former Councillor McKean did numerous motions on heritage. We've done this conversation before. So we know that we have financial tools and we have zoning tools. And we want zoning tools that don't restrict density, but also allow for that preservation. So your thoughts on that?
I think the best way to move forward with some of the zoning tools would be to incorporate them into the district plans that are being created right now. So then we won't be waiting the 2 to 3 year timeline that's being talked about today. That's a much quicker process. And we can integrate the work that has gone on within the Glenora community and in this group into that work. And so I think that would be a great way to honor what's happened, as well as take time to reflect on our equity toolkit that has been created, that I know that this project hasn't fully gone through and been successful.
What would you see, just because again, my struggle right now is I don't see a different outcome beyond some type of zoning. We have it in Westmount, we have it in other areas. So my assumption is whether you do a district planning, a citywide piece, one of the key recommendations, and I'll ask this of our administration, is that they're going to recommend that you have some type of zoning that allows for greater preservation, right? I mean, that is our one tool outside of designating against folks' will at a much higher cost.
So what I've heard from the conversation today, as well as last spring, and what I know about Glenora is one of the great things is its garden city design, which is not in a zoning tool, the way to keep that. That's in district planning. So if we're wanting to keep green spaces, if we're wanting to keep the streetscape the way that it is with the curvilinear pattern, if we're wanting to keep the fountain and all the other great things, those are outside of private property, and that's what would be kept within district planning. The way that the direct control is written is that it keeps large lots with large single family homes, which does not align with our GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit or our city plan.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. My line of questioning really follows from Councillor Salvador's. It was something I wanted to ask about as well. So again, only 3 of the 116 properties on the inventory have chosen to go through designation. So yeah, thanks so much to the speakers for being here today. And just wondering if you could potentially speak to that a little bit more in terms of, if these individual property owners haven't been open to the direct control process that's available to them now, that does come with financial incentive as well. Just wondering if they're open to this DC, this proposed DC1. I see Mr. Percy, you're raising your hand if you'd like to start.
Yes, I am, because we actually had a great deal of community engagement during the course of this. We had 3 open houses at the beginning of the project. We have 3 mailings to every household in the community, and we had a public engagement survey. And the public engagement survey produced 191 responses. And interestingly enough, more than 20% of them were from people who were not resident in Glenora. And the public engagement survey showed conclusively an agreement with each of the main pillars of the proposed DC1 bylaw, both from residents and, importantly, from non-residents. And the difference in percentage points between the support of residents and non-residents was maybe in the region of 3 to 4% on most questions.
Yeah, thank you. And not necessarily a question of engagement, but rather just openness to the DC1 zone. So again, just not quite sure with that mismatch between the number of properties eligible and the number of properties that have had the DC1 applied. A heritage designation DC1 applied to their properties.
Right. I think that I think Barbara Finley would be actually the person to answer that, because I think it's her particular interest.
I think that in discussions with the heritage planners, although I don't have statistics, there is some sense that people might be more inclined to designate if they had some kind of assurance about the heritage retention in the area. And I think that actually would be a very useful tool. And then ultimately we might end up with the best of both worlds. Some zoning plan that encourages the retention of the essence of the community from a built and a social perspective, because they interplay with each other. And in addition to that, maintenance of the overall community itself, I think would see an increase in actual properties that are designated. And So I don't, that's because we don't have zoning right now that's protective. It is speculative, but I do believe that that would happen. And any public engagement meeting that we had, and as David Percy pointed out, there were 3 of them, there was great support from this kind of a process. So I don't think that there are cross purposes with each other at all.
Okay, no, that's helpful, a helpful perspective in terms of if that had been what you were hearing at the engagement piece. And I think you're so right. You spoke to sort of like the built form aspects and also the social aspects. Just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit more in terms of what role you see the DC one playing in that social piece that you were referencing.
Again, I'm not a heritage planner, but from my personal experience, there are points of stimulation for thought or contemplation, and built heritage stimulates other conversations. And as people have pointed out previously today, there is a story that goes along with all of this. And from a city perspective, I think it is so critical that we have a variety of stories. And in Western Canada, most of our cities began around the beginning of the 1900s. Prior to that, there were some small towns. Prior to that, there were forts. And so our history is recent. And if we just keep allowing destruction of what has gone on in the past, there is no story to build on. And in my own situation here, to the west of us is a house that was lived in by the publisher of the Edmonton Journal in the 30s, when the journal received a Pulitzer Prize because of its reporting of a political situation, and the whole issue was freedom of speech. That is significant. And that story is relevant to today, but it also ties into a built structure. So if people are walking along the street, not only can they appreciate the feeling that they get with trees, with structures that often are a little more people-friendly than many that are going up currently, then you have the social story as well. You have that repetition of history, where we're coming from and where we're going to. So that's my.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm out of time, but yeah, and I think that social piece, I think we can talk about settler history being quite short, but looking at that broader history as well, I think is something I'm excited to talk to administration about a bit further. But thank you for that response.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, I know we have Mr. Shamoun here and Mr. Hobson, and what I'm hearing in your presentations is that we do need to revisit. Obviously, we need a new strategy. Right now, what's before us is that administration is going to be looking at fully funding this in the next budget cycle, and that goes outward to between 2023 and 2026. And I think maybe one of my concerns is we're talking about relatively small amounts of money, which is not for debate today, but some concern about the timeliness of that and the window of, I'm going to say, the immediacy that heritage preservation requires, strangely enough, and our own time management with respect to that. Is that accurate?
I would say yes. I think the discussion and the conversations that are taking place today, on the one hand, are reflective of a 13-year-old strategy that isn't informed by the current context and the current discussion that's taking place in our city. And then the other part of it is that, as you've said, the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle. So today we're having conversations that are just displaying the urgency of having an up-to-date approach to heritage management in our city, which I think just reinforces that we need to start this work as soon as possible.
Thank you. Now, and I'm not hearing a lot of debate about that. Nobody's arguing that. So I'm going to kind of leave that for now. But I am hearing from a lot of residents of Glenora that obviously the pause on the DC1 work is not well received. But what I'm also hearing is that, and I think I remember you all coming to Urban Planning Committee the last time I was on it. What I'm hearing is that you would like the opportunity to see this rezoning through. Is it fair to say that you understand that it may not eventually pass, but right now it sits in a limbo that sort of creates some anxiety about the future state of your neighborhood? Is that accurate? Maybe I'll see if Mr. Percy would like to jump in on that, or Mr. Dinsky.
Yes, of course, we are acutely aware that City Council may not choose to adopt a DC1 zoning property. How do we try to counter that? We try to be sensitive to concerns. We try to find out why people might not like it and to see if we can address that in the DC1's proposal. So, for example, in the case of density, I think we can see, first of all, there are many density initiatives in the present DC1. They're not the sort that big developers would like to see, but there are provisions previously very controversial about garage suites, for example, and garden suites, which are quite important. And in response to Councillor Stevenson's question about the sort of socioeconomic impact, we think they're rather more affordable, because the typical pattern at the moment is to buy a house for $800,000, to knock it down and put two skinnies up $1.25 million each, rather than to provide any form of affordable alternative. So yes, I mean, we do know that DC1 is controversial. There is inevitably a clash between densification and heritage protection of some sort or other. But at the moment, as I indicated earlier, the clash is all one-sided, simply because one side has all the weapons and the other side has none.
And I have limited time here, so I want to establish, because there's been a lot of discussion about density and taking a fair share of densification, but I'm also, I would imagine, delaying the work in the DC1 by 2 years while the heritage management strategy takes precedence, delays also that conversation about the quote-unquote fair share of densification, and may further endanger some of the sort of heritage buildings in Glenora. And I'll let Ms. Finley take this, since I see she put up her hand.
Actually, what I wanted to say was, I think Chris Lefebvre has some statistics about densification. And again, I want to reiterate David Percy's view, or not just his view. The fact is, in our DC draft, there was a substantial amount of opportunity for densification. And as David pointed out, just perhaps not the kind of densification that's promoted by some, but it's definitely written into the DC zoning. Chris?
Actually, I'm out of time, so I can't, I have to set an example, since I'm managing the meeting. But I hope we'll have an opportunity to hear, perhaps through other questions. I see Councillor Tang's on the board. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks to everyone who has spoken and offered your perspective. I guess my first question is to Mr. Shamoun, sort of building off of Madam Chair's question around kind of that funding piece and the timeline. I'm just curious, do you feel that there could be work that can be done in 2022 to lay the foundation as a way to expedite this work, but that doesn't necessarily require much additional cost, while the bulk of that work will come as in that 4-year package?
I would say that I think, unfortunately, the work is the development of the strategy and the engagement that goes into that. And so starting the work sooner, but still not completing the plan for more than 2 years I don't want to say that's a bad thing, but that's not developing a comprehensive plan any sooner than is currently proposed. So, it is possible that some of the engagement work could definitely take place this year. Some of the consultation and the work that goes into the development of a plan. But I think our big concern is with the timeline as proposed and not having the final strategy developed for more than 2 years.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. My other question is for Mr. Hobson. And I know you kind of stated that last piece of your presentation from a personal perspective and not on behalf of any organization. But is it fair to say that, this is not a either or conversation, but potentially yes and?
Absolutely. In my practice as a heritage planner, I have actually established heritage conservation areas in Kelowna and other places in British Columbia. And I can tell you in answer to an earlier question that once the plan is in place, there is greater investment in the existing built heritage within the neighborhood. And that can go hand in hand with densification in the neighborhood that is sensitive to the existing built form through garden suites and allowing additional units within existing buildings. Of course, the other thing you can do is you can put density in other parts of the neighborhood, and the plan already omits areas along the transit route from the plan in order to allow higher density. So in a sense, Glenora will contribute to density. As I said earlier, it can contribute in a slightly different way than other neighborhoods. Rather than having the same density spread throughout the whole neighborhood, it can be confined to areas along major transportation routes, plus the garden suites and the additional units within existing structures. So I think you can have the best of both. And that's my response. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I've heard that from some of the other speakers. And in my final couple minutes here, I was actually going to just invite Christine, since you had your hand up earlier, to to outline any further thoughts.
So sorry I missed that. I was just letting my dog in. Can you repeat?
No, I saw you had your hand up earlier, and I was going to offer you to take my last minute and a half to offer any final thoughts.
Sure. I'd like to add on to what Mr. Hobson said about it's not necessarily either or. And when I looked at Statistics Canada from 2016, Edmonton has 0.7% of buildings over 5 stories and more. But if we look at Glenora, Glenora has 18.3% of apartments 5 stories and up right now. And that's, I don't think, including the recent completion of West Block or anything else West Block has planned for that corner. Compare that to Ritchie, which is 6.1, Westmount 5.7, or even Windermere at 4.2. I think Glenora is participating in increasing the density of the city of Edmonton, and I don't think you have to necessarily have one or the other. There's, I think, something like the 3 character areas represent 25% of all of Glenora, so that leaves a lot of room for change and for growth. And I think the plan itself really does lend itself to creative solutions to include density without destroying the character of the heritage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions for the speakers, so I will let you go now. Thank you for waiting to speak this afternoon. And we're going to go now to questions of administration. So I'll open the queue to see who has questions of administration. And just while we're waiting for that, I know Councillor Paquette selected it, so I'll see if he has. Oh, he's on. Councillor Paquette. And you're on mute. You have the opposite problem of the rest of us.
Opposite problem. Is it okay if I defer to Councillor Knack, because he was on a line of questioning? I don't want to interrupt that.
He does, but I'm afraid I have to go then to Councillor Salvador. So.
No problem. Okay.
Happy to defer as well.
I'm happy with this. Well, would it be an appropriate time to put a motion on the floor that pertains to this so that we can discuss it all at the same time? Or would you prefer to wait?
No, you can put a motion on the floor.
Okay, so this is actually on behalf of Councillor Knack. And the motion is that administration resume work to prepare direct control DC1 zoning for the Glenora Heritage Character Area in alignment with the city plan goals of increased density while encouraging the retention of heritage resources and ensuring new development respects the form and massing of the Garden City suburb. And I'm sure that there'll be an introduction to that at some point. But my question to administration is, we're hearing about this concern about delays. My instinct, my guess is that it's just a large body of work that takes time. And it is so large, in fact, that there's the request for FTE involved. So just any response to that would be great.
Councillor Paquette, I can try to address your question. So I don't know if we would characterize the timeline as a delay. It's just what's falling in terms of sequence. We had a city plan that adopted just over a year ago, and so whenever we have a new large policy document that guides all of our other documents and approaches and strategies, they all need to be refreshed and updated to be in alignment. So I think the sequence is right, but there is a bit of a pinch point, a pain point with a need now for that strategy to be in place, but it still takes time to develop.
So just to clarify then, it's like if I'm making dinner, my kids are saying, I'm hungry now, why are you delaying my dinner? My response is, I'm cooking it as we speak.
Yes, Councillor Paquette, I think that would be probably a more appropriate way to characterize where we're at in time and space. It could be accelerated, but it would just mean resources and budget ahead of the budget cycle, where we wanted to fit into that request with all the other city priorities so that council could weigh that.
Okay, and I would imagine that the other challenge is that there is a enormous body of work coming forward. This is part of it. And the desire, I would assume, on administration's part is to have all of that work be aligned and meshing together well. And so accelerating some of it becomes a little bit tricky in that context, but I would assume that some parts, maybe can get a little bit of a look to speed up that work where necessary. Is that right?
Correct. That's fair. There's a lot of updating, refreshing. We have district planning. We have the zoning bylaw renewal. So if we were looking at ideal sequences, there would be a pattern we'd follow and everything would fit and nest very neatly together. But there's always options to be more pragmatic and respond to need. Absolutely.
Okay, and switching gears, this morning I talked about maybe being more intentional about having our climate goal policies meshed in with our heritage policies, because I think that there's some very clear alignment there. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to do that. Do you need a motion for it? Is it just something that can be done internally? And can we start to proceed that way? And that, I think, starts to solve some of the funding problems in the short term and allows us to more robustly ensure that these things are appropriately funded in the long term.
I believe that's already baked into the intent. If committee was giving the go ahead on the strategy, the intent and council coming forward with budget is that the climate lens would be part of that for sure. It needs to be included in how we.
But more so than just a lens, actually having it be part of our strategy, and so therefore part of the actual funding and policy.
Yeah, I may be misspeaking, but absolutely how you're describing it is our intent.
Okay, it looked like Ms. McCabe had something to add.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe here. We do not need a motion for that. Councillor Paquette, we will absolutely include that as part of the strategy work. We've got lots of policy in the environment space, and this is really about applying that policy to additional strategy work.
All right, look at us. We're solving problems left and right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I guess just a question for administration. How long have we been working on this DC? When did we start work on it?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I'll maybe ask somebody from the team that's on the line to give a little bit of a quick update of where we're at with that and how long when we started and some of the major pauses perhaps that we.
Yeah, and I think just for my purposes, just sort of that starting date would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So the DC1 project kicked off at the very tail end of 2019. It was approved or directed by UPC in September of 2018 to prepare an unfunded service package that was then approved by council, and then the work began kind of November, December of 2019.
Okay, so that direction was given 2018.
That's
okay.
Correct.
At that time, were we asking questions about the transformed landscape that we're now in? Were we looking at this from the lens of equity and inclusion, from a lens of, city plan, climate action, the vast number of social movements that have now taken place? I mean, obviously that one's a little different because we can't go back and apply the lens, but I guess if you could speak to that.
Not in the level of detail that we apply to any strategy work going forward from this point on.
Okay. Yeah, because that's just one flag that I have raised. I'm also curious, is heritage preservation being contemplated as part of zoning bylaw renewal and district planning now?
Councillor Salvador, that project is still in draft and working its way through and being crafted, as you're aware. And I think we've got somebody on the line that can perhaps provide a little bit more robust response to that.
Sure, and just I guess some more clarity there. Specifically, I'm thinking about Ms. Samji's comments around, would district planning be a good place to have these conversations in a bit more of an accelerated manner? That's what I'm curious about.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. In respect to district planning, we are consolidating existing work. And so we have not worked out that tension that Ms. Samji spoke of in terms of the infill versus preservation of heritage. And we don't have the policy direction to work that out. So our ability to accommodate that in district planning would be limited. And obviously at the policy level, we can't do regulatory direction in terms of zoning. And the zoning bylaw renewal project itself does not include heritage within its scope. So we really need that resource management plan to give us direction and navigate this.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And I guess on the acceleration of the plan itself, I guess I feel like there's almost, you could view it as concurrent work, but I also view it as a bit of a duplication in a sense, where if we have sort of this DC that's going on, and we're trying to move forward on a broader management strategy, do they mesh well? Or is there a bit of incongruence there? I'm trying to grapple with that.
I think, Councillor Salvador, it's a little bit of both. That it can work, but it does feel a touch like a bit of a Band-Aid and jumping to a solution before we have a full citywide strategy that can be applied equitably across the city. So it is manageable and it can happen, but it's perhaps not ideal.
And just from a resourcing perspective, there's limited resources in the heritage team right now. So we'd have to look at that too. If there was a desire to do the work concurrently, I'm not sure that we could do that within the existing timelines that we've suggested in this report for the strategy work. It would perhaps take longer to do the strategy work if we were doing concurrent work on the DC one.
Okay. That's really, really helpful. I appreciate your comments there. That's it from me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a lot of my questions were answered. It looks the way this motion is worded that's been put before us that it would fit, it would align with the city plan. Do you see it as that as well? Mr. Snyder or?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I was just pausing to gather my thoughts, sorry. Yeah, it can, absolutely. There's many paths to the city plan. And that's why some of this tension exists, is because there are a tremendous amount of options. But could this motion be in alignment with city plan? Absolutely, it can be crafted that way.
And so then it's just a matter of resourcing the work, Councillor, in terms of if it's a desire of council and committee for us to do the strategy work, which is administration's recommendation, that with the limited resources that we have and the limited capacity that Edmontonians have for right now for engagement, we would suggest focusing on developing the strategy and then working on the direct control post the strategy work. But if there's a desire for committee and council for us to do both of them at the same time, we would have to look at how we would resource both of them.
So sorry, is that the new historic resource management? You would
That's
prefer
correct.
you would prefer that that is completed prior. Okay.
That is our recommendation.
That's
Yes.
your recommendation, right? And you know, I don't remember. I do remember looking at this in the past, but is the density of Glenora in comparison right now to other communities in Edmonton?
Councillor Principe, it's on the lower end. It is largely dominated by single family development, but that is not unusual for the size of the character of that neighborhood being the larger lots and the larger homes. But it is, to answer your question, it is largely dominated by single family dwellings and therefore has a lower density than some other mature areas in the city.
Okay, that's
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate all the questions so far. So part of why this will lead to a question. So I think part of why this motion was introduced is the report. In the report, it says that the proposed historic resource management plan may not identify new tools to address character issues in Glenora. And so I guess part of my struggle comes from that. I mean, we actually have, I have a wonderful newsletter from January 2007 that talks about the city's plan to help preserve heritage. One of the bullet points talks about actually creating zoning, developing zoning tools, overlays. And so we're sort of repeating a lot of the conversations we've had over the last 20 years. Even to Councillor Salvador's point, while the actual work on this started in 2019, I think it's correct to note that former Councillor Scott McKean had been making motions in his first term to try to figure out the right way to deal with that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Councillor Knack, in terms of your first comment, the strategy may not provide us with new tools or a better approach or a better understanding, but we're fairly confident that going through that exercise, there'll be many more voices and perspectives that from Edmontonians that give us input and data on what's important in terms of heritage preservation and where our priorities may sit and how we can equitably move that around that it's available across the city. So yes, we may or we may not have better information or tools coming out of the strategy.
I guess that, and so that's, and I should note, I'm very supportive of the notion of a citywide strategy. I think that makes sense. But based off the sort of, I mean, years upon years, if not decades of conversations, that's why I'm very uneasy about the thought that we're somehow going to think that we're thinking that somehow this engagement is going to produce us with a solution we haven't thought of. I mean, truly, there have been so many reports on this, even in my time on council, that I'm unsure we're going to see anything that comes forward that says, here are your two tools, financial resources and zoning. So therefore, that's why I'm trying to figure out what the right order is. So let me ask this on the resource perspective. How much time do we feel is like, even if this motion passes, which recognizes maybe there needs to be a few tweaks to the zone to make sure it's clear around not restricting density, what kind of timeline would we anticipate for the remainder of this work based off what's been done to date over the last few years?
Councillor Knack, I'm going to ask James Haney to give us a walkthrough of where we're at and kind of the timeline perhaps to get to that end goal with the DC1.
Yeah, thank you, Kent. So we do have some remaining budget from the original 2018-2019 service package to complete this work. There's approximately $38,000 left in our consulting budget. There was some FTE dedicated to the project as a result of the pandemic and just how long this project has gone. That FTE is my role has been spent. I'm an FTE ghost here today. So we would require additional staff time to complete this work. We've estimated it would be 0.75 to 1 full FTE for approximately 8 to 10 months to complete the work, as well as potentially additional, either additional consulting dollars or additional FTE to do the work internally. But as has been identified, that those are scant.
And Councillor Knack, if I just might add, there's a lot of moving parts right now in terms of city plan implementation, district planning, zoning bylaw renewal, potential heritage strategy, our climate work, and really as administration, the ability to be able to bring these all together and make a more robust discussion about how we create a thriving, inclusive city for all Edmontonians through the development of a heritage strategy, and then making a recommendation on the DC1 is really our recommendation in terms of doing the heritage strategy work first and the DC1 second. Yes, there might not be new tools that are identified, but there may be. And there also might be a different allocation in terms of designation and or financial tools. The previous reports this morning identified a number of financial tools, and that work might identify something different for us to recommend to council.
Great. I'll have a lot more questions. I'll come on for a second round.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, and thank you for the presentations. I think when I absolutely agree that there's a key priority in terms of the citywide strategy, and I certainly take your comments that to prioritize that work and advance that work in a timely manner, we need to have our resources focused on that. So certainly supportive of that. The thing I'm struggling with most, there's actually in the zoning bylaw renewal, there's a document called The History of Zoning in Edmonton. I'm just going to read from it because I think it's so pertinent to our conversation. It says, zoning has been used to be exclusionary of certain segments of the population. For example, zoning bylaw regulations requiring very large minimum lot and house sizes and specifying a narrow range of housing types kept low income populations from certain areas. So I'm just really struggling seeing that we recognize and we've articulated how zoning, such as large lot sizes and a limited number of housing types, is so explicitly exclusionary. I'm just unclear how we reconcile that with what I understand is sort of the current contents of the DC1 for this area.
We are too at this point.
Okay. Thank you. And again, okay. Well, thank you. And appreciating that position. Just building on that too, I think back to the point it was raised earlier. So we have this tool, we have the designation of individual properties through the DC1, the designation process. So again, those 116 houses that are on the inventory, that's a zoning tool that's available to them for their preservation. It seems to me too, though, that a lot of what came out of the work was that what contributes to the character is in the public realm. So the streetscapes, the park spaces. So again, just wondering how again, is zoning the right way to address those public realm aspects of the heritage?
Those are great questions, and that we don't have the answers to right now. So I think financial incentives, zoning tools, as well as probably some street design, neighborhood renewal work as well has a link into how we preserve heritage in our city.
Great. Yeah, and I think again there are some ways to be really creative in terms of adaptive reuse, and I think I've said it, but the restrictions around even the character of the garden suburb, I think it is meant to be strictly residential. We really lose that opportunity for the mixed use hubs coming in. thank you. Those were all my questions and comments. Really appreciate the work. Well, I should say too, very, very excited for the citywide strategy. Really value and appreciate the lens that the team is taking. I think looking at that, the heritage ecosystem, connecting into connections and exchanges is all incredibly exciting, and really applaud the work that your team is undertaking. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues that have gone before me, especially Councillor Stevenson, with that tension that I'm definitely feeling in this moment, specifically with the motion on the floor, because you know, we have a recommendation from administration that's different, but what I'm really thinking about is that equity piece. And so one of my questions, for some context for me to understand this, is how many other neighborhoods have this kind of heritage direct control? Like how many other, are there any? And if so, how many? And where are they? Like, yeah, if you could.
Sure.
Someone from the team could chime in on that.
I can confirm that we have approximately 6 or 7 of these DC1 direct controls throughout the city. They're in a variety of neighborhoods. Most of them were implemented in the 1980s when we were doing a lot of area redevelopment plans. They include one in Cromdale, one in Westmount, Church Street. So really, I would say a broad range of neighborhoods that have these DC1 direct controls. Glenora is certainly not the first. What it is the first is doing one of these direct controls in the absence of an area redevelopment plan.
Okay, and one thing that really intrigues me is then there's this other tension that's kind of been shored up but nobody's really named, is that sort of like colonial lens on history. And I understand, and so correct me if I understand this correctly, is that this strategy is going to really look at some of those other values, maybe even in terms of like, you know, some of those things we don't talk about in terms of history around the LGBT community or Indigenous community, and going well beyond, you know, settler time, for example. Like, yeah, so I just wanted to get a sense, is that what the strategy is going to do? And the reason I ask is because does this direct control for Glenora take into account being close to the river valley, any other historical context beyond the built colonial?
So, Councillor Rutherford, I'll take a stab at your first question and then maybe turn it over to James for the second piece. The strategy absolutely intends to do that, look at different perspectives, different voices that perhaps we haven't elevated previously. For some, we understand in the community that'll be extremely welcome. For some, that might be some challenging conversations, but we're really excited to go through and have that dialogue with the community. In specific to Glenora DC1, perhaps James can confirm our approach in that area.
Yeah, thank you. The DC1 project, because zoning really can only address private property, and we were narrowing our focus to those developable lots, it was focused on the built heritage, which is by its nature, post-settler kind of colonial development. So it was restricted to that simply based on what is currently sitting on the ground today and its historic character in that way. Connections to the river valley weren't really addressed because that's more that kind of public space, roads, parks, and outside of our scope.
And the other thing I'm struggling with is understanding sort of we're not starting that strategy in 2022 because it's a service package for funding in 2023. So if we're moving this forward, we're not doing duplicate work in 2022. Are we?
Now, Councillor Rutherford, you are correct that it wouldn't duplicate the strategy, but it would duplicate other priorities that are implementing the city plan in terms of resource capacity.
Okay.
Because
I guess I'm
just to Councillor, sorry, Rutherford, just a few examples like district planning, zoning bylaw renewal as two potential projects that could be.
But in theory, this district plan was ready to go to public hearing before.
This DC
And I know
was
this
ready?
motion is a bit different, but I'm asking because could we not just, because I heard from the people that were speaking from the public, their concern about the democratic process. So could we not have this just go as is to public hearing to go through the proper democratic process and not move this motion particularly forward? I guess from administration perspective, thoughts on that?
If it was the desire of committee and council to move the work forward, we could move that forward as is. It might be difficult for us to support the work, and we'd have to work through that in administration because of the deep conversations we've been having about equity, diversity, and inclusion. So we would have to work through that. I don't want to say whether or not we would support or not support it as we go forward. But if that was the will, we could move forward what we have with a lot of caveats on the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack. Actually, my apologies. Councillor Paquette popped on, so he takes precedence. Councillor Paquette?
All right, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I should get some guidance from you, Madam Chair. Since Councillor Knack was not the mover, but he did work very hard on this and has some specialized information pertaining to this motion, would it be appropriate for me to ask him any questions for clarification?
I'm afraid that the process doesn't allow us to ask questions of each other at this time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how cool you were. Okay, that's fine.
Very uncool, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, proceed with your questions of administration, and perhaps some of those questions Councillor Knack may be able to illuminate for you in another forum.
Perfect, appreciate it. Okay, I'm just kidding though, you are very cool. So when it comes to, I'm just taking a look at the report once again, and obviously one of the goals here is to appropriately and robustly fund heritage preservation. And I'm not sure if that's evolving as we go forward. And maybe the idea is that sort of allocation of funds might be increasing as this conversation goes along, as we understand more of the challenges. Yes, no, maybe so, or are we sticking tried and true to something that we thought about maybe a year ago?
We're definitely evolving our thinking in this space,
okay,
for sure. I'm not sure what it's going to evolve to yet, but it is evolving.
Something super sustainable, I hope. As in, let's really preserve our heritage and do what it takes. But that's not direction, by the way. Okay,
Understood.
So, but I also, in relation to the motion on the floor, I'm just wondering, just really clearly from an administration perspective, does this really throw a wrench in things? Is it doable? Is it, and really in the end, I think what I'm reading from this, and I'd like administration response, I'm hearing from this motion that maybe the idea is that we preserve the heritage look while still allowing for things like multi-unit housing and increased density, but keeping it aligned with the aesthetics of the area. Is that correct? Is that what you're seeing too?
That is my understanding of the motion. So administration's preference would be that we continue to pause the DC work and we do the heritage strategy work. However, if it's the will of committee and council for this motion to pass, what I would say is that we would advance the motion, obviously, with direction from council. We would see an impact to district planning and the timelines associated with district planning, and maybe timelines associated with the zoning bylaw renewal. I'd have to go back into the department and follow up when we bring those other subsequent reports forward to you to have a better idea of what those impacts would be to timelines associated with other projects.
Okay, great. And I'll be looking forward to hearing from the counselor about what they think the timelines can be with this, because all else being equal, this motion could be just something to provide a bit of direction in the same time flow and workflow as what is already going on. So there actually wouldn't be a separation as far as I can see. Is that sort of your beat on it too, that really this is just sort of like a little maybe just council or committee direction that goes along with the process, doesn't accelerate, doesn't decelerate. It's just we can do this, but also keep it aligned with the eventual delivery of the larger body of work.
I don't think it will be aligned to the larger
It
body
won't
of
be
work.
aligned,
It's-
okay.
No, it won't, because the larger body of work will either be finished at the same time or after the work of this motion is done. But what we could do is this motion would give direction to bring it a little bit closer to alignment with some of the city plan goals. We wouldn't be able to have the in-depth engagement about equity, diversity, and inclusion, or some of the history pre-settlers in Edmonton, but we could take the direct control, do a bit more engagement on it, look at what we can do in terms of density from the aspects of the Garden City suburb, but it wouldn't have the more in-depth strategy work layered in with it.
Okay, I'm going to have to hear from the counselor in the form of questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Yes, it is challenging to do this in the form of questions, but I'll do my best because I don't think I'm ready to speak to it yet. So, you know, I'm very appreciative of this conversation because I'm trying to determine if I have ward blinders on or not, and I don't feel I do, and this is why I'm struggling a bit here, because what I'm worried about in all of this, well, number one, I guess to make it very clear, is that right now, if you were to have a large single family home like they have on many of those lots in Glenora, and you wanted to do 8 units in that home, you actually couldn't right now. That is prevented both in terms of our existing zoning bylaw and under the originally written DC bylaw, correct? Like you couldn't do a 12-unit building that looks like one giant mansion.
Correct, Councillor Knack.
Perfect. So I haven't heard today, and I think that's part of why the motion was worded the way it was, any objection to that notion of substantially more units, because that Councillor Stevenson nailed it, and that is one of the big issues, is that if you prevent that type of unit count, it's exclusionary, it's cost prohibitive. And so the intent of the motion was to say, well, let's fix that, because that is clearly not congruent with our broader strategic goals as a city. So that was the intent of the motion as worded. Is that your sort of understanding of it as well, to address that clear exclusionary principle that there were concerns about when it was talked about last year?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that's good. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone, because and so I guess the question is how, so I heard in the response at the end of my last questions that this would take a full-time person 8 to 10 months to update that zone to accomplish that. And I am not an expert, so I would just love a little more detail about. So does that mean essentially you're taking the DC1 and throwing it away and restarting it from scratch, or that, because that wasn't my understanding of what needed to be done. If we were looking to accomplish that, we would, you know, retain some of the look piece, but we would ensure the zoning is updated to reflect a non-exclusionary principle approach to it.
We're not throwing away the work.
So long, but I'm not an expert, so I'd just love some thoughts on that.
Yeah, Councillor Knack, we're not throwing away the work. We'd build on the work. That is just how long it takes to rewrite the zone or to refresh the zone to bring it forward.
And if I may just jump in, thanks. Some of the additional work will really be looking at where those additional units would be are appropriate given the city, like that's the city plan direction, like that's the connection to the city plan to the city plan in terms of nodes and corridors. So if we want to achieve more units, where is that appropriate?
It feels like everywhere based off the city plan. And so again, I'm just trying to play through a scenario of, is that really a long conversation? Because in my mind, it applies to every single unit in this heritage zoning, please, because the city plan talks about increased density.
Yeah, it's a difficult discussion in Glenora that we've been having since 2014, since we've been having this discussion about Glenora specifically because of the development pressures and the desirability of increase in density due to the proximity of many of the amenities in Glenora, and as well as the lot sizes.
So therefore, assuming there is a recognition that if you were going to drop a update to the zoning per se to reflect the city plan to have a higher form of density, it would apply to every lot. And I appreciate that not every Glenora resident may love that, but I've had enough conversations now to get a sense that while there are some who would prefer no change to density, that's not their primary concern. The primary concern, in the world of their trade-offs, they're much more concerned about the actual design of the property than the number of units in that property. And that was the idea behind them. So again, just trying to play out of if that is our understanding, and recognizing there will always be some residents who don't want any.
Yeah, and like sorry.
Yeah, no,
and that's where the tension is where we increase opportunity. There's that increased pressure on historic properties. The best tool really is designation, and through designation, we can achieve more units. And so that really is the best tool that we would like to see in Glenora while we work through navigating the city plan and heritage preservation and at a citywide level. Whereas the DC really focuses on just Glenora, and we're doing that in absence of looking at that larger, like the wider lens of the city as a whole.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll have some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to pick up on a comment that was made about sort of adding red tape and get a sense from administration on, with the addition of a direct control zone. Have we heard from a lot of those non-designated but on the inventory house owners in terms of their appetite for this? Because it does create additional red tape for them. So I'm just trying to get a sense of who we've heard from, around that.
So Councillor Rutherford, perhaps James or Shauna could highlight the discussions we've had with that community so far and what they've heard.
Yeah, so from the engagement we did on the DC1, that wasn't something that was identified. However, we haven't actually taken a draft DC1 to the broader community to have those discussions. It's, I don't want to presuppose the outcome of those discussions. That would have been the next step prior to the pause to understand that kind of impact. Now, as far as the designation side, David Johnston or Scott Ash would be better to answer those questions from the designation side.
Okay, so before we get there, so just so I'm clear, the process that you were in was very much really with this one stakeholder group, and so the broader work hadn't occurred. But while we don't know at that point, none of those concerns had been shored up, but we haven't really done that broader dialogue with the other stakeholders in the area.
That's correct. The public engagement was really about more the high level kind of what is important from characteristic rather than to help inform the preparation of that draft, the stakeholder engagement was focused primarily with our kind of community working group. And then we were about to go on to that broader discussion with more stakeholders and the public.
Great. I won't ask about the direct control because I want to be mindful of my time, and I have another question I'd like to ask specifically around. I know, the zoning bylaw renewal is in a preliminary stage. However, if we have some of these other direct control zones like Westmount, How are we planning to deal with those in the context of the city plan and the zoning bylaw renewal? So my question is would they stay as they are as direct control zones, or is there potential that those even would change in the context of that zoning bylaw renewal?
My understanding, Councillor Rutherford, knowing that project is still being drafted, is they would remain as they are today. So they would be ported over to the new zoning bylaw.
That is the intention right now. But through the implementation phases of the zoning bylaw and through the heritage strategy work, if there was changes, then zoning bylaw isn't a one and done project. It's you do the big renewal, and then there's going to be amendments as we go, as we update other strategies.
And can administration also clarify, because I've heard a lot of dialogue around the sort of the character look of and feel of this neighborhood, but that's not the same as heritage preservation, correct? Those are two distinct concepts. They can be one and the same, but you could tear down and build a whole new building that has the 1920s character look, as an example, correct?
I'm seeing nods from the heritage team. That's correct. And we hear a lot about character from other neighborhoods outside of Glenora as well, and the importance of neighborhood character to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Greaseball is a great example where you've probably heard a lot. And as we go into that other area plan, we're gonna hear more about that. Okay, those are all my questions for now. I would like to speak to this when it comes to that time, since I can't vote. Thank you.
And perhaps this will clarify some of the questions that my colleagues will have. I understand from the clerks that this motion will be, if committee passes it, it will be recommended to City Council. So committee is part of governance school today is that when there's an outsize impact on the budget, capital are operating, either explicitly or implicitly. And implicitly here, we've heard from administration that this is a sort of an ordering issue and will impact their ability to sort of proceed with a certain type of work. They do need council direction, not just committee. So that maybe clarifies sort of how it's going to work. So this would be, if committee chooses, it would be recommended, this would be recommended to council. And it can also go up to council without a recommendation. That is a potential option here today. And this is different from what administration also has before us, which is that their own sort of request for council to approve the work, essentially to bring forward an unfunded budget package to the 2023 to 26 budget discussions to proceed with this work. So that maybe clarifies some of the process before us, as well as opportunities next week to ask questions and speak to it at that time, not to prevent any of that discussion from happening today. Now, so having said that, I see Councillor Principe has popped on. Councillor Principe, to speak to it or to ask questions?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to ask.
My apologies, Madam Chair. There's one other option, that is requisition. And I don't know if you want to explain that to committee.
Yes, of course. And we can also requisition, and that would be just to take this conversation if we think that sort of we've, I'm going to say, exhausted the discussion and we don't necessarily have a conclusion, we can requisition this up to council where the discussion can be concluded and voted upon there. So thank you for that interjection at this time, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe did have a question, so I'm going to let her ask her question, and then perhaps we can decide the best way to proceed.
Okay, yeah, it was just about procedure here. And I was wondering, is it just committee members who would be voting on this motion that's in front of us right now? Is that correct?
Yes, committee members would be voting for this to go up to essentially recommend this to City Council. Of course, it could be a whole different ballgame by the time it gets there, but that's what we could do. We could also if committee members are undecided, as you know, it only takes 2 committee members to requisition it up to City Council, and that would sort of end the discussion where it is. So, and send it to Council without a recommendation. So does that satisfy your inquiry, Councillor Principe?
Yes, that's great. And another thing about the motion that was recommended by administration, would that be brought forward today, or would that be brought forward at a City Council meeting?
I'm going to make very close eye contact with the clerks just to make sure that I'm getting this right. If we requisitioned it, or even passed the motion on the floor, it would all go up, the whole thing goes up to City Council for discussion there. Because we essentially are not going to be able to resolve the questions today, or either motions with finality, if that makes sense. Council will have to approve both strategies.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Knack, questions or to speak to it?
Questions, please.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I feel if possible, I'd love to try to get through my rounds of questions so that, assuming it gets requisitioned to council, we don't have to go through questions next week, because we have 11 of 13 councillors in attendance right now. So I'll ask my questions with the assumption that I'm not going to ask them in a week's time if this comes before council. So with that in mind, my biggest question I'm trying to reflect on, I'm trying to play out this work, the broader body of work that we're looking to do. And when we finish that, when do we start addressing some of those heritage considerations? I'm not just talking about Glenora, I'm talking about the 1,100 properties citywide. So if we do this work that is being recommended, we wrap it up in mid-2024, that's just the strategy. I'm guessing there will then need to be still further zoning conversations, maybe a conversation like the one we're having in Glenora, which based off current context could be 2-3 years. So is it unreasonable to say we could be 6 years away from starting to do some type of designations on these properties?
I don't know if 6 years is
5
the
years.
right number, but
Pretty
let's say
solid.
somewhere between 2 and, well, 3 and 6.
Yeah. So I guess that's my biggest worry, honestly. You know, and why I bring up, obviously I represent right now the community of Glenora, and Glenora makes up, I think, about 10% of all of the properties that are currently on the inventory right now. Is that correct?
That number sounds about correct.
And other neighborhoods like Westmount have some properties that are already on the inventory and have their own designation. Are there any other neighborhoods with this sheer volume? So this makes up about 10%. Are there any other comparable communities that don't yet have some type of zoning in place to address that?
Potentially, we would address that through the strategy.
Okay. But I'm just wondering, like, are there any other communities that have this number of properties, or this percentage of properties that accounts for the 1,100?
The
that aren't
heritage team
without
would
a
need
zoning
to,
right now?
the heritage team would need to answer that.
Sure.
I can't speak to it too specifically, Councillor Knack, but I can certainly say that we have a number of residential properties in neighborhoods like Strathcona, Ritchie, places like that, where we haven't implemented a residential heritage area. We only undertake exercises like this with the active support of the communities and where communities lobby us to pursue them. And that's really what's determined it, more than any kind of threshold level of number of properties on the inventory or anything like that.
And the reason I ask is it does go to this point that, you know, over the last 8 years I was on council, I think there were a number of times where we had members of the public, heritage councils, groups like that, that would talk about those loss of properties, again, across the city. And the worry is that if you go, you know, even if it's 3 years to get to a zoning piece, what that means on top of, you know, many more years of this. So I get, I asked this question truly not in a way that's meant as any, like, are we going to have anything that can be put in place to actually address these 1,100 properties in a reasonable, like, when do we start fixing this versus talking about it? And because I don't think the strategy itself fixes it. The strategy gives us some further guidance and some further direction, but we don't actually get to the solutions that we've been talking about for a long time.
Councillor Knack.
The best tool still remains, which is designation. There's absolutely the best tool out there still.
Yeah, and we've had a conversation earlier today about the financial piece and how we might do that and what we might increase on. So, okay, yeah, I guess my worry is if we pass just the heritage strategy, I'm not sure how we actually resolve a problem that's been outstanding for long before I was on council.
If I may just add, Councillor Knack, the designation process, there's no timing associated with that. Like, that can happen now. That does not need to wait for the resource management strategy. And while the resource management strategy may not give us new tools, it will give us priorities in terms of where we allocate our resources. It will allow us to look at commercial buildings, residential buildings, residential neighborhoods like Glenora, and enable us to have that citywide view and allocate our resources accordingly. And that's just what we don't have right now. But the designation is available right now.
And that'll be my last round of questions around the priority piece. Thank you.
And that, thank you for that, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Just making sure no one else has no one needs another round?
I do.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, you know what? If it looks like I'm gonna circle back if that's okay then.
I think I know what Councillor Paquette was going to do.
Yeah.
Councillor Knack, you have some additional questions.
Yes, sorry. Like I say, I wanted to exhaust them now so we don't have to deal with it at a council meeting where we might be limited on time. So again, and my experience while I was sitting through those meetings when we were setting up this DC, I thought, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason we did this work on Glenora is because we did truly do a bit of prioritization work. You know, we have our inventory, we identified what neighborhoods have a certain amount of heritage properties, and that's why council ultimately gave direction to do this work, because this was likely to be the next priority based off all of the other reports that have come out over 8 years, correct? Like, we didn't pick this arbitrarily.
What I heard from Mr. Ash was that it was a desire of the community, a motion by council to do the work.
Mm-hmm. But there was a logic behind it. I don't remember approving this just because Glenora residents said, hey, we want to do it and we're the only ones who are willing to do it. We went through a series of reports that helped examine different options to help preserve heritage, that helped do inventory citywide. And we determined based off those reports that this would have in fact been our next priority body of work.
Yeah, and Councillor Knack, not trying to suggest that that robustness didn't happen. I think absolutely that conversation happened. I think what we're trying to suggest here is that there's a big change in society. There's a big change in our strategic direction. There's a climate emergency, and the time to do the heritage work would help us be able to provide you with some better recommendations in the space. Mm-hmm. However, if it's the will or desire of committee to for this motion to pass as is, because of all of the information that's been supplied here today, there will be an impact to district planning from resourcing, a resourcing impact, and potentially zoning bylaw renewal. I'm not sure. I would have to follow up on those two.
Which leads me to my last question, because I appreciate that. Now, and again, I don't know how the system works, but when it was put on pause, did we just then take the resources that were still scheduled to be used towards that and go to something else versus setting it aside, waiting until council provided direction?
Yes, we put people on the more pressing priorities, which is zoning bylaw renewal and district planning. We didn't have anybody sitting around while this work was
No, I
paused.
appreciate we wouldn't have them sitting around. I didn't realize that the work plan that we had built assumed that this work would continue to be paused, and that person who was, say, reallocated to another area was built into that larger body work, because this wasn't paused until after that other work started. So we had built in those timelines, and maybe I'm nitpicking, but I want to make sure I've understood how that resourcing piece works.
Yes, and we reallocated to more pressing priorities when the work was paused.
Mm-hmm. And then updated the timeline.
And I think I think that's within administration's delegated authority to do that.
Absolutely.
And if this was to unpause, I'm trying to very clearly explain what the implications would be for it to be unpaused.
Is there any way to know, and not today, but assuming this gets requisitioned, I heard there was sort of $38,000 left versus, and there was a suggestion that we would need more and maybe dedicate a person. Is there any way to understand what might we do if we were just using up that money, recognizing some of the conversation we heard today, and in my view, not have a full, at high level, my thinking is update it to reflect that current reality of the city plan and the climate goals that we have. That was the whole intent behind that motion. Or is it just completely infeasible at this point to do anything with that remaining money and actually just get something done?
I don't know the answer to that question today. I'm not sure if maybe the team could weigh in on that.
Well, maybe we could think about it over, and maybe that can be one of the few questions I ask next week, so as to not re-litigate this particular debate. Okay, that's really helpful. I think, I think I'll leave it there. I think those are all the questions I've probably exhausted at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, do we have to move to extend? Or change orders?
We can move to
Or
extend
just get this done?
Yeah, you could just get it done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I know you're a stickler, so I just want to make sure. Okay. So, and are you sure, Councillor Knack? Because we've got another hour and a half we can go through for a few more rounds of questions. Okay. So, sorry. Just a quick question to admin before I go forward. If this is requisitioned or recommended to council, either way, would that give you time to maybe put together, and I hate to ask this, but a quick memo that would be sort of an explainer for councillors, because there's a lot of new councillors, about what the issues are inherent in this motion?
Councillor Paquette, yes, we could do that. I'm not sure that we'll be able to cover off all of the issues associated with the motion. I think the report kind of lays out our position in terms of the heritage strategy first, and then this work second.
Yeah, just something very high level, because I know that, like, I'm just thinking about, giving enough information to forestall a lot of debate in council that probably doesn't need to be had.
My only flag, we can try to do something high level. My only flag is I'm not sure that we'll get all the information that's pertinent from this 2-hour conversation that we've had.
Yeah, because I don't think that we're going to get an informed decision right at the moment, based on what I've been hearing. A little frustrating, but Madam Chair, I think at this point I'll go ahead with requisition. Do I say move requisition?
Nope.
I didn't.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Nope, but we need another person would need to say requisition. Wait, I just said requisition. This has been requisitioned. So this will go to council next week, where we can pick up the discussion. Thank you to all members of council and committee for a really robust discussion today on the very interesting, and I mean that sincerely, work around heritage preservation in our city. And thank you to the speakers who joined us today. And with requisitioning that report and the motion, the whole thing goes up, so we don't have to, yeah, I'm getting a nod from the clerk. So even the question around administration's request, I should say, to sort of proceed with that unfunded service package is going to go to council for next week. So join us again then to continue this fascinating discussion. So that resolves 6-3. There's no responses to councillor inquiries today, no motions pending, no private reports. Any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? I didn't receive a heads up about any of them. I don't see anybody jumping. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.